Right. Welcome back, commissioners, and back to you, Chair Harrington.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to our Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 afternoon Washington County work session. We have a full complement of 4 of us on the County Commission. Chair Harrington, Vice Chair Commissioner Nafisa Fai, and Commissioners Treese and Willie. We've adjusted our work session given the adjournment of our business meeting earlier today. So we're going to start with board and leadership communication. Why don't we start with leadership today?
Thank you, Chair Harrington. Really quick, I just have a quick update for you all. In a series we're calling The Heroes Behind the Ballots, Washington County Elections is proud to announce the launch of a video series of The Heroes Behind the Ballots. And this series shines a light on the dedicated individuals working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that every vote is counted accurately, every ballot remains secure, and that the integrity of our democratic process is upheld. Each episode of the series will feature short interviews with both temporary and permanent election workers, offering viewers a behind-the-scenes look at their day-to-day responsibilities, the challenges they face, and the importance of their work in maintaining trust in the electoral system. You can find the first episode featuring Elections Division Manager Dan Forrester on the county's website, on YouTube channel, and other social media feeds. And that concludes my update for today.
Thank you. Yep. How about you, Courtney Duke Dreesen, our county counsel?
Good afternoon, Chair Harrington, board. Usually when I give you updates, I'm often talking about cases we're defending on behalf of the county. Today, I just want to raise to you all something that was communicated to you earlier about our this week we'll be seeking enforcement of our TLT, the Transient Lodging Tax Code. So it's also another important of our work is some affirmative defense of the county. In this case, this is 2 hotels that are delinquent collectively at about just over $100,000. They both are Hampton Inns. They are in different cities. We've already been in touch with the cities to work in partnership with them so that we can get these funds collected and distributed for our code. Other than that, Chair Harrington, that's it for me.
Terrific. Thank you. Clean Water Services, Elizabeth Edwards.
Thank you so much, Chair Harrington. Just a few small announcements of what we were up to last week. On Wednesday, we had the first CWAC meeting of the Clean Water Services Advisory Commission calendar year. It starts in October. CWAC received a brief reminder on public meetings law and an update on our intergovernmental agreement process with the cities and with the county. We had great questions and conversation from our advisory commission members and are looking forward to a good year. And then on Thursday, our staff attended 2 big events. First was the governor's proposed UGB expansion public meeting. If an expansion and resulting development occurs, we will need to be prepared to serve those areas appropriately. The other was the Northwest Native Chamber's annual gathering event, celebrating economic prosperity and justice for Native entrepreneurs and the broader community. So that was a great event. We had 5 CWS employees attend. That's it for us. Yeah.
Terrific. Thank you. Board communication. Who would like to go first?
Oh, we got okay. Good afternoon. Sorry about that. Commissioner Treese and I made eye contact. Sitting very relaxed, saying, "You're up next." So I'll go. Last week, I want to congratulate you, Harrington. You did a great job at the Senate Bill 4 hearing Thursday. That was really great turnout for residents of Washington County. Came and testified. It was a great hearing. I was really glad to be in the room. And Aaron Doyle, thank you for all your assistance there. It was a packed room. I didn't have a chair. Aaron Doyle saved me a chair, so I appreciate that. Otherwise, I would have been outside. So that's
So were the chairs in the auditorium, the overflow room, more comfortable?
Jason knows.
Yeah, but I had a great time. I think we were sitting a lot of people that were for that didn't actually get to provide testimonies, even though they waited up until 9 o'clock. They ran out of time because it was only so there were more people that signed up to testify, but the time only allowed until 9 o'clock, and they had so I was able to glance, read through some of the testimonies. They said, "Show me anyway. Provide your testimonies to me." It was a joke, but it was really was everybody was reiterating. So great job, Chair Harrington and the staff. It's very well done. And then I also had an opportunity to attend Oregon ACS, the Cancer Association of Cancer. Their policy forum, and one of the forum was focused on biomarking testing. I think Senator Graber, I was going to say, but she's a state representative. Representative Graber, I think is potentially going to have a bill that's around biomarking testing, and the people on the forum were two people who were cancer survivors, and one cancer survivor, one cancer patient, and then a staff person. And it was really heartwarming to hear like how this bill could save lives and how biomarking has saved lives, including Representative Graber's husband. So it was great discussion for me to learn, and so that if that bill comes aboard, I'll be happy to contribute. The next thing I attended, I won't dwell on this one, but I just want to highlight that I had an opportunity to attend last week. Portland State had a MOU celebration with Commissioner Trees, and I attended that to train the next generation of semiconductor professionals and engage in groundbreaking research and innovation. And it was really to be in the room. It was a very well attended event, and to have two Madam Presidents from both institutions sign the MOU. And then relating to PSU, I went to an election related PSU event last week as well. And just to sort of learn more about this election issue that's coming up on our board. And the title of the forum I attended was A Citizen Guide to Identifying and Countering Misinformation. And then in a nutshell, it was Denying the Deniers. It was what's the title underneath it, even though the fancy title. And it was two professors, one from California State University that's doing a robust research that is really, I'm looking forward, and potentially PSU is going to try to do. And then another professor from Connecticut doing another research that's election deniers related. So it was really good to be in the room. And then the third panel member was a former state representative, Bill Kiesling. Yesterday, in terms of board action related, yesterday there was a WCCC meeting that took place. There was no action item. There were a lot of information and discussion items on the agenda. One of the agenda item that was on it, well, I'll just run it to Metro Community Connector Study, and then TV Highway Transit, the same presentation that we got as a board members. The WCCC had an opportunity to see the same TV Highway Transit Project Implementation Strategy. And then there was a Metro Regional System Facilities Plan. And then two of those topics are also on JPAC, which is happening this Thursday. And one of the things I wanted to bring it up is, Chair Harrington, you mentioned that our WAC didn't inform or let us explain the increase. Yeah, did I not say it correctly?
RRAC is the Regional Waste Advisory Committee.
Yeah. I think you mentioned
That I
that.
referred to previously is we've not gotten a formal request
Right.
from Metro for elected officials.
Yeah, explaining the
To
change
serve
in
on our
request
WAC.
applications. Right. So this topic is also on JPAC. Is there a formal board comment that we should provide them? That I think it's coming on JPAC as well, this presentation. So should we let Metro know that? Because I think,
So ordinarily, when a local government is looking for elected officials to serve on a committee, they would send a letter to the elected bodies of said committees. And
if not,
just Metro has not done that.
yeah, I think yesterday at WCCC, they said they have done that kind of engagement, but they didn't say they did it to Washington County. But I can provide those comments to them on JPAC tomorrow. Or Thursday.
I know that mayors have passed the word around to one another,
To one another.
but that's the extent of it.
Okay. And that concludes my time. Yeah, I'll provide that comment to them on JPAC, but I just wanted the board input before I carry on something that is. So, okay, I'll do that and.
Hey, thank you. Last week I attended the WEFTEC conference in New Orleans with Clean Water Services. We received an award for innovation at one level. One of the competing operations teams came in third place, so that was cool to see. They did a great job. And Diane ended up speaking more than she thought she was going to speak because she was called in to represent someone who couldn't make it to the conference. So we went to a panel discussion that she had, and as well a luncheon for the award. Can't remember it was Payne. Remember his name, but the person who received the award gave an acceptance speech that lost B after the first periodic table that he was so it's like, okay, I'll just eat my chicken. So, but anyway, it was a good conference. The other piece for me that was particularly interesting is that Jared Kinnear and Jack Liang did a presentation on the WISE program and the work that's being done in Laos. So people that were supposed to be there from Laos canceled at the last minute and they weren't there, but the presentation was well received by the group. So it was a good presentation. The other, let's see, the day after I got back, I attended the Senate Bill 4 public meeting, and I second what Mr. Fye said about your presentation, Catherine. Chair. It was really good, and I thought that it really set the stage to see the level of support from a variety of levels of government. So thank you for doing that, and I would second the thank you to Ms. Doyle. That morning, I also had an impact coordinating committee meeting, and we discussed what's coming up on the October 23rd meeting. It's going to be online. We are talking about the WPS system facility plan update. I'm going to be meeting with our folks before that meeting this week, and I'll give you an update next Tuesday in preparation for the impact meeting on Wednesday night. We'll also get an update on the 2040 grants and what's going on behind the scenes on the future vision setup for the new advisory committee that they're pulling together. So that's MPAC. On Friday, I went to the same celebration that Mr. Pye talked about. For me, as a PSU alum, it was really impactful to see PSU and PCC working together, because that's been a long time coming where we see our state universities working with community colleges at that level. So I really appreciated it as well. That afternoon, Commissioner Willie and I had a discussion with the EMC consulting group regarding the polling for our upcoming library level levy, as well as what's happening, a little bit of view into what's happening on the public safety side, not much. yesterday I attended the AOC legislative and board meetings, and for the most part, it was uneventful. There were two things though that I think are important to mention. One is that AOC is going to be putting a letter together to FEMA to delay, so that was a good piece. The other thing that happened is that there was a proposal for an amendment to the bylaws that would affect the legislative committee, and it basically, the amendment was two parts. We separated the parts and voted on each one. The first one was to change how an abstention is characterized. It's currently characterized as a no vote. Now, if this passes in November, it'll be a true abstention where it doesn't affect the vote. The second part was the request to move from a supermajority to a simple majority. And I voted against that. I voted for the abstention. This is what we've been talking about in District 8 and other places as well. Voted against the simple majority to retain some, to move away from the simple majority where we are outnumbered. So though that's what happened there. Let's see. I think that's it. We did have a really good ERMDAC meeting last week and set the stage for how what the process is going to be. They're very pointed and thoughtful about the process that they're going to go through to spend limited resources that they have, but looking mostly at potentially sidewalk repair. So that's my report.
Really?
First, before I start into that, I have a request, and that is, I've been contacted by a private business in Hillsborough as well as the city of Hillsborough that we would write a letter of support to brownfield cleanup, that they are a grant that they're getting from the feds, and they're asking us to write a letter of support for that grant request. And so they need it probably in the next couple of weeks. So I've talked to Stephen Roberts about that, but I need to find out if we're okay with writing that letter of support.
So I assume this is an EPA brownfield grant? Great opportunity. And do we have any submission that Washington County will be making? I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Letter of support for an EPA brownfield grant.
Okay.
And I see head nods here.
Great. Okay. Thank
We've-
you.
I think we have one of these in the file from previously. So we can just do a warm over, but we do have a meeting next Tuesday.
Yeah. So we'll see if we can get that in the board packet this week for next Tuesday. So yeah, I also attended WEFTEC in New Orleans with Clean Water Services and Commissioner Teresa, and it was very good. It was fun to see the ops team. I think that's always the fun part of the whole thing. It's always amazing too to see how huge the vendor pavilion is. Today we got well over 10,000 steps, and we hung out there as well as some other meetings. So that was good. So thank you. Tell Diane Taniguchi Dennis and her team, thank you very much. It was very enjoyable, and that was a great picture that you sent yesterday to the team. I don't know where you got that, but I gained 3 pounds just looking at it. But anyway, then we come back on
Now we have to
Thursday.
see that picture. I'll show it to you.
It's an AI version of photos that they pulled together.
That's for desserts. That would be good. Anyway, Thursday was OPAC, and the primary focus of that conversation, that was in a longer than normal meeting because they talked a lot about the buy-up. And so it was good to hear what their direction was. I wasn't able to hear the ending of their conclusions, so I'll circle back around and find out where they are and compare that to, of course, what we had the board session on a couple weeks ago. So we'll see if we're making sure we're all consistent there. Friday, there was, I continue to meet with some forestry issues. We have a meeting that has been scheduled by the governor's staff for November 1. And Elizabeth, that is Clean Water Services day that we're going to do with Clean Water Services. I will probably have to miss the first half of that because it is in Salem. It's 10 to 12, I believe. So, yeah, I'll reach out to Diane and make sure that we're covered. And you,
Yeah.
Okay. And then, yeah, this is a good week for catching up on things that we didn't get done last week. So that's, I have a few meetings and then to work on my homework. So that's all I got.
Great. I'll go next. Last week, I participated in a press event, virtual press event or hybrid, with Congresswoman Andrea Salinas as she was highlighting her results from having the listening tour amongst the counties in her district. Subsequent to Measure 110, it was an opportunity I participated and highlighted our deflection launch and first 30 days positive results. In the AOC Public Safety Steering Committee meeting, we got a great handout from the Oregon Association of Community Corrections Directors. And this is the follow-up to the asking the legislature to fund up to the actual cost study. So I try to make sure that when we get good handouts in those steering committees, that I make sure you get them. In the AOC Governance and Revenue Committee meeting yesterday morning, Pablo actually got me there in person for an 8 a.m. meeting to introduce an item that he was presenting on law libraries. So our team continues to do a great job, and we asked for AOC to devote some time and energy to advancing the cause for law library. The two asks are more funding from the legislature, and then the other ask is to the legislature is form a work group to work on this longer term problem, including enumerating what is, a level of service for the law library across the different size counties. Lastly, I attended the SHS TCPB meeting last Wednesday night, as well as last night had a meeting with Metro Council President Peterson and the Tri-County chairs, and I'll speak to each of those later in the agenda. That's it from me. So it looks like we have reached our goal of being done with board and leadership communication within a half an hour. Do we have staff here for the 2024 Disability, Aging, and Veteran Services Community Needs Assessment topic? Thank you for accommodating, living through the questions of can we or can't we? So welcome.
Thank you so
Yes, we
much.
can.
Yes, we can. That's right. Well, good afternoon, Chair Harrington, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Mira Samantha. I use she, her pronouns, and I am really pleased to be here today with Rebecca Miller, who is our supervisor for Disability, Aging, and Veteran Services. She also serves as our Area Agency on Aging Director. We have additional staff as well as community members who are going to be joining us. I'm just doing a quick introduction. Then I'm going to step back and let them join us at the table. I'll pull up a few more chairs. But today is your ability to hear the wonderful results of the community needs assessment that many staff and volunteers have been working to put together. And Rebecca will kick things off and I'll have the others join us. So stand up.
Do you want me to scooch over?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just, so in the interest of time, I'll just introduce myself again. So Rebecca Miller, here gave you my title, so we'll go with that. But also joining me up here are Eva Haas with the Director's Office. She's going to share the needs assessment results. We have Seferina De Leon Dale
and Jahed Sakoon, and they're going to say more about their involvement in the project and their role here today. So thank you very much for having us and giving us the opportunity to present. Thank you all for joining me up here. So let's see, I'll try to know how to do this. All right. So today, I want to provide a brief overview of our programs at Disability Aging and Veteran Services and some of the requirements we have as the Area Agency on Aging. I also hope to educate your board about the process and results of this recently completed needs assessment that we conducted over the summer. And our goal is that today's presentation will prepare you for your review and approval of the Disability Aging and Veteran Services Area Plan, which will encompass the time period July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2029. We'll come back to this work session in February with our plan, then back in March for your approval. And today I'll also walk you through the timeline of how we're going to get there. And just wanted to let you know, I won't be reading the slides necessarily word for word, but just using them as an anchor for my comments. And at the end of the slide deck, we did put some additional information that the public might be interested or that you might be interested in. There's just a lot of data and we couldn't include it all and keep you all engaged with us. So we're going to get high points today. So our mission is to empower older adults, veterans, and people with disabilities by connecting them with essential services and resources to enhance quality of life with compassion, dignity, and respect. The upper bullet points you see here really represents who are eligible to receive our services. And the lower bullet points are the populations of focus to meet the greatest economic and the greatest social need requirement under the Older Americans Act. That's our charge. So we develop these focus populations through our needs assessment. Kind of every 4 years, we look to see where those greatest needs are. And the needs assessment was developed with these populations in mind and at the center of our work. So we provide a wide variety of services to meet our mission and obligation as Washington County's designated area agency on aging and also the Veteran Service Office for the county. We provide services both directly through our staff at Disability Aging and Veteran Services and through many contracts with partners and community-based organizations, for-profit entities, and even other jurisdictions in the county or throughout Oregon. So just a shameless plug for SHIBA open enrollment, which is happening now through December. So this is a SHIBA volunteer. So that's for help choosing your Medicare plans. It's confusing. So call our office. Just gonna put that plug in there since the picture is up there. So what is an area plan? This is a requirement from the Older Americans Act that every area agency on aging must develop. So it's a strategic plan. It's a planning service area for Washington County. It is Washington County. There are other area agencies on aging that might be 5 counties. There are 16 of us across Oregon, and all of us are engaged in this process right now. So the area plan itself is going to be about probably over 120 pages long with appendices. So it's a big lift. We're not going to share word for word with you what's in there, but high level goals and objectives. And so today is just to help you see how we got there. We do update this plan annually. It's a living document for us. And this is our opportunity every 4 years to make it fresh. And then due to new Older Americans Act regulations, we do expect some late breaking changes on our guidance for the area plan. And we'll just incorporate those into our work when we find out what the state has in store for us. So I'm not really concerned about them, but it's just something worth noting. There might be a change that comes. So these are the issues that noted on the previous slide. The format of the area plan is largely determined by the Oregon State Unit on Aging, and they administer the Older Americans Act funding through an IGA with Washington County. The top 6 areas are required by us to be covered, and they align with the way the funding comes down through the area agencies on aging. The areas with asterisks are additions by Dave's veterans for obvious reasons as a critical component of our work here at the county. And really it didn't make sense for us to expend the energy on writing such a plan without including such a critical component of our team. And veterans have been included in our area plan for many, many cycles now. The social isolation and loneliness we added last year. we were in the middle of a pandemic, not last year, last cycle. We were in the middle of a pandemic and it made sense. And unfortunately, you'll see that this is still very relevant. And then emergency preparedness, we're going to add because really of our involvement over the past several years in response to both the pandemic, extreme weather, climate, and all the many changes, we just get called on again to be there and are a great resource for the public. So we will be looking at that because older adults we know are disproportionately impacted by these kinds of crises. So Bauman needs assessment. So in March of 2024, we formed an ad hoc committee under our Aging and Veteran Services Advisory Council called the Area Plan and Needs Assessment Steering Committee, APNA, as I affectionately call it. Two of the folks here are on that committee. And so it included our advisory council members, staff, representatives from community organizations like ERCO, Central Cultural, Urban League, Dalton Hills Park and Rec, Meals on Wheels people, and then just community members that were veterans, older adults, and people with disabilities. So I was going to say we paid members a small stipend if they were interested and conducted all our meetings online. So next slide, I'm going to turn over to Severina De Leon Dale, and she'll share a little bit more about the role of steering committee.
Thank you. And thank you for having us here. And I just want to always commend Rebecca on her leadership. It's just like through her, there's a lot of guidance. But Severina De Leon Dale, Sefi for short, I work for a nonprofit and I focus working with Latino the aging community in our population around Washington County. But I'm really fortunate to have been on the steering committee. I'm on the steering committee. And so we focused on identifying the populations that we serve around our area. And a lot of our populations are just effective outreach. This is how we find, but also connecting with our partners and doing a lot of the communication that needs to be done to bring groups together. We had different methods we had guided surveys, we did outreach, like I said, and then we did surveys. And because I think we never can target just one population or one area with just a little bit of outreach. So we have to do both. We have to do that. And our committee was really good in focusing on identifying groups of people, but also locations and partners that we could get our clients together, interview and ask the appropriate questions, because the importance of the communication and what we're doing is very important to what our program, what DAVS brings to Washington County. So we conducted, like I said, effective outreach, and then we hosted community meetings and brought different people to maybe like staff to let us know what we were kind of focusing on. And we focused on the high needs, in the community. We can't ever serve or do everything for our population, but I think when you have a steering committee and you focus on supporting the program like DAVS and that you can get kind of to where you want to get, and then maybe do a little bit more by the effective communication you're doing and passing the word. So I'm really fortunate to just be on the committee and continue, and I'm a little nervous today, so I may talk more then, but anyway. One important thing that we, with our community, our clients, is to build that trust, because especially in some of our cultures, that building the trust is very important. And so you can go to a meeting and maybe 2 people show up, but if you build trust and if you do the effective outreach, I think you can get more people involved. So that's part of what we're doing, is just building that bridge in the communication.
If it helps to put you more at ease, you're the subject matter experts. You're giving us the gift of your expertise and your time. And I know we really value it.
Well, thank you. And I valued the leadership, because it is when I joined, I know DAVS, it was like nervousness and continuation of reaching people to come and see what we're doing, pushing those programs forward, spreading the word. And, I try with outreach, I try to just, be out there all the time, but thank you so much.
Thank you. And Severina also serves as our chair of our advisory council, and then chairs this committee with one of our veterans leaders. Leadership. So I'm going to just really quickly highlight the timeline. So We started in March, as I mentioned, several meetings of our steering committee to shape the needs assessment. Then we were off and away through the summer with the needs assessment that Eva's going to talk about. And then this fall, we have a number of community events slated where we're going to be reviewing the findings and then really identifying the priorities with the community to figure out, there's limited resources, so how are we going to prioritize the work that we do? We kicked off last week where the staff got to hear the needs assessment results, which was really great. We had a big planning meeting to talk about what we want to do and where we want to focus. So we'll come back. January, we'll have a draft to share with our advisory bodies, and then we'll open it up for public comment. We'll come in February after having incorporated that feedback, do a work session here to share with you, and then incorporate any questions, suggestions you all have, and then back in March with an request for you to approve before we submit in March. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eva. Quick
question.
Sure.
Will we be seeing that budget request in February, or does it come in March with the request for action?
The area plan budget describes how we expend the area of the Older Americans Act funds. So it's subsumed within our regular budget process. So it's not a special budget request. It's just more of a plan for how we spend those specific dollars. And it will come with the area plan itself.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Harrington, members of the board. My name is Eva Hawes. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a part of the Department of Health and Human Services Director's Office. I'm the measurement and evaluation lead in my office. And one of the true joys of my job is being able to support research and evaluation projects such as this. So I'm going to be talking for a handful of minutes around some of the data that we collected. Again, as Rebecca mentioned, there are additional information in the end of your board packet, as well as a copy of the survey questionnaire if you are interested in more information. So we had the survey open for a couple of months. We received just under 700 responses. The majority took the survey in English. However, we had it available in Russian, Vietnamese, Chinese, and Spanish and Korean. We're hoping to increase our participation in languages other than English, but this is what we received this cycle. Majority took this survey online. However, 168 took that on paper. And so that's some of the work that Safi was mentioning is doing that outreach and collecting those surveys in-person events. We also primarily heard from urban zip codes. So we're really curious about considering expansion or additional outreach to our more rural areas of the county for our next cycle. The table shows a handful of selected demographic characteristics of folks we heard from the survey. What I would like to point out is we're really well represented by groups that Dave serves. So among our veterans, unpaid caregivers, and people with disabilities, we're particularly well represented. Far and away, we heard mostly from women, which is pretty typical with surveys. So that's pretty consistent with what we typically see. The next thing I'd like to talk you through are our race and ethnicity breakdown of who we heard from in our survey, who we see in our community, and among our older adult population. So to orient you, the gray bars are the population breakdown for the area plan, so the survey that we were conducting. The orange bar are older adults in our community, and then our blue bar is everyone. So one thing that you may not necessarily know, unless you're a data nerd like me, is our breakdown of older adult population and our total adult population looks quite a bit different. So when we're doing outreach and work within the Dave's population, it's really important that we also take a look at our older adult population at large. One other thing to point out, you see at the very top there, we had Slavic as a primary race. That does not exist in the census as a category, nor does it exist in our state recommended REAL-D demographic standard. However, during our Area Plan Needs Assessment Steering Committee, we really heard that that was a critical need for our populations who are either Slavic or Eastern European, to have that as a primary race category. Independent of that, it gets nestled under white, which is really problematic when we're trying to disaggregate and really identify or uplift needs that may exist for that population that may otherwise be hidden. So I just wanted to point out that that's why we have that there, and that's intentional to represent the community that we were serving. Okay, so one of the first components of our survey was really identifying if folks needed help with any of a wide range of services, if they would know where to find it. So where we found our biggest gaps in knowledge were around assistance with personal care, help caring for a friend or family member, making home safe and accessible, support as an unpaid caregiver, understanding long-term care options, navigating and accessing community resources and veteran benefits. We did see different populations have different needs. And so that's what we asked next. So in addition to being able to find those resources, what were the top 5 most important to them? So of those, the top were navigating and accessing community resources, accessible transportation, understanding long-term care options, participating in social and recreational activities, and managing chronic illness or pain. I mentioned that we saw differences within different subpopulations. So among our caregivers, the top priority was help caring for a friend or family member, which is consistent with what we expected to see, but it's nice to see that validity. Among veterans, we saw that veterans benefits were a top need. And among people who identified as a person of color, we saw that accessing food or getting enough food to eat was a top priority. At the end of your board packet, there's additional information on what more services were available and or needed by different population groups, if that's something that's of interest. Okay. So Rebecca mentioned this at the beginning, but one of the new components we added to this cycle was a scale on loneliness. There's a handful of different ways in which you can measure that are validated research tools. We chose this one, which was standard developed by the UCLA School for Validation in Older Adults. It's a 3-question scale, really easy to code. How often do you feel that you lack companionship? How often do you feel you're left out? And how often do you feel isolated from others? And this scale was not at all, somewhat, and a lot of the time. So what we found is that overall, so everyone we heard from, 38% scored lonely, and that's a score of 5 or more on those scales. And our population groups we saw with the highest scores for loneliness were among non-veterans, family or unpaid caregivers, people with disabilities, people who identify as LGBTQIA+ community, women, and people who did not identify as a person of color. So this again was the first time we measured this. So we're really still, I think, in process of figuring out what does this mean for area plan? What does this mean for programming? But really important for that. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a clarifying question. So the top category is non-veterans. Does that mean that veterans did not appear in the top 5 or 6 there?
That is correct, yes. So for people who identify themselves as a veteran scored less lonely than people who identify themselves as not a veteran.
Same thing for not a person of color would be white.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And can I add to that? Please. I would say that so our America's Surgeon General had a book out called Together, talking about the epidemic of loneliness in our country, and really it was the 30% mark was what triggered that for the Surgeon General. And when we see a number like 38% in our county, it's pretty significant. And there was no group that didn't have at least 20, I think, or 22% scored lonely. So it's a significant issue in our community and probably in many communities.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so 38% is greater than 1 in 3, right? So that's a fairly large proportion of folks. And just getting a sense of what that looks like now for our populations we serve and measuring that going forward is a priority for Dave's. And then, of course, doing something about that, not just measurement. Okay, the next new ad that Rebecca mentioned at the top was around emergency preparedness. So yes, it's a priority, but we wanted to get a sense of how people are prepared currently. So we asked a subjective question, basically, how well prepared is your household to handle an emergency? Overall, 51% said they were somewhat prepared. 57% said they did not have any or didn't perceive any difficulty evacuating, and 74% said they did not require in-home medical equipment. Most said they had a backup heat source or some sort of fan or air conditioner and 3-day supply of food, which was encouraging, but we did see that most did not have a 3-day supply of water, a generator, or a way to filter wildfire smoke. Which as our climate changes, it'll become more and more critical, right, for older adult homes to have, all homes, have a way to filter wildfire smoke. So the next piece of the assessment, we had a survey in the community, but we also wanted to couple that alongside some interviews with existing clients. So that's a new component of the assessment that we hadn't done in the past. So for this, we randomly selected participants from these 4 programs and conducted 49 interviews with a doctoral student from Pacific University in occupational therapy. And they received a $25 stipend to participate in that interview. And Rebecca, could you mention why these 4 programs?
Sure. So from each of these, we selected programs that we knew we had ongoing contact with the client. We knew that we, as opposed to someone that might call us for a bit of information and referral, we wanted folks that we were really connected to understand how we were meeting their needs, because we might have an opportunity to do something about that and learn more, and they would be the most connected to our services. So we didn't ask some folks that might have pretty significant cognitive issues like that we are representative payee for, or the actual caregiver, care recipient. So we did try to honor that and make sure we were speaking with people who could answer the questions so that we could connect with later. Thank you.
So while we share out the survey with existing clients, we weren't able to see who's responding to that. And as we know, right, receiving services from Washington County, it can be difficult to know who you're receiving services from, right? It's particularly if you're in any sort of medical crisis or ongoing healthcare need. So we really wanted to hear the voice of existing clients, and this is the way we went about doing that. So for these, we asked a handful of different questions. We asked them to grade us on an A through F scale. We asked them to let us know how we could better support them and their health. What's one thing they wish they knew when they started receiving services from Dave's? What's one thing they would tell Dave's leadership? The other piece that we added, and this is in part because we had that occupational therapy student, but we wanted to ask about falls. So this is something we do measure on the survey as well, just whether or not that's a concern. But having that opportunity to really talk to existing clients, we wanted to see what their experience was like with that. And so what we found from that, oh, that's spoiler alert. That's in a couple slides. I'll get to that. So first, we heard about, what we wanted to know is how people heard about Dave's, or if they remembered how they heard about Dave's. So about a third heard from someone else. So a friend, a family member, or acquaintance. That's great. We want to encourage a lot more sharing of resources with their community. Roughly a little under a third received a referral from a healthcare provider. That's great. Lots of more work to do there. 29% said they found Dave's through their own research. That's awesome. A little bit harder for us to know how we can do outreach with that. 6% were in outreach, social media, et cetera. And then 4% were existing clients who somehow knew about Dave's already. So we're considering how this information helps us direct energy and resources for outreach to really increase folks' ability to engage with the services. Because as Rebecca mentioned, there is a wide variety of services that Dave's offers, and we really want to get people engaged in those. Okay. So the other thing, a couple of key takeaways we learned from the client survey is that clients didn't really know what other services Dave's offered. So they were engaged, say, with family caregiver, but they didn't know that there was this other suite of services potentially available to them. 22% wish they had known about Dave's sooner before they started receiving services. One other key takeaway is that we heard that quite a lot of our clients are still relying on in-person or mailed communication. So thinking about that as we're developing programming and services and outreach. And they gave Dave's overall a B+ or an A- as far as an average grade. For the first time we've asked that, I feel like it's pretty good. It's a solid A. We also asked them to give us one word for how Dave's makes them feel. So interpret this, the larger the word, right, the more frequently that word was said. So we see helpful, grateful, happy, relieved, empowered, service, lucky, comfortable, important. And these were really powerful to read, these interview findings. Even as the researcher right behind the not doing the actual interview, it was really powerful and made me really, really proud to be a part of this organization and this program that provides such awesome service. Okay, and as promised, falls prevalence. So this was really stark and this really landed on us pretty heavily. So 49 people, right? So this is a very small amount of folks who are receiving client service from Dave's, but 63% of them had fallen at least once in the last year. Among our Oregon Project Independence Program service recipients, that was 84%. 61% of our supportive services, 53% of veterans, and 46% of family caregivers. So 35% said they did not fall. 40% had fallen more than once in the last year, and more than 1 in 4 fell more than 5 times in the last year. So it's a pretty significant need. If we remember back a few slides ago, we talked about making my home safe and accessible was a need that was identified. Preventing falls, help for me as a caregiver. So we're really seeing a lot of these things come up and up again. So thinking about how we use that information to help guide service and programming. Okay, that concludes the highlighted data we wanted to share today. Again, there's a lot more information at the back of your packet and the survey instrument if you're curious. And so next, I'm going to turn to Jahed to close this out.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us here. It's nice to see a couple of familiar faces. Chair Harrington, Commissioner Fai, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having us here. My name is Mohammed Jahed Sukhun. I have been a resident in this beautiful county for the last 35 years. My wife and I raised 5 children, and one of whom works for the county as well. We are also blessed with 9 grandchildren. I have worked with Portland State University, Oregon Food Bank, and the Muslim Educational Trust. And I am retired now, finally, and I volunteer with different organizations. We can fix that.
We love our volunteers.
I work with immigrants and refugees through my volunteering and work with the Muslim Educational Trust and other organizations, as I said. MET's community serves many cultures and languages. Some of the newcomers are of an older generation, as well as many of the current community members are aging and will be needing the different services that Dave's provide, including myself and my wife. I was given this opportunity to serve this committee. I am honored to represent the community I serve. Through the results of the survey, there are 5 clear elements that people need Dave's to work on or to focus on. Despite the dedicated staff and resources to outreach, many people indicated that they don't know much about Dave's services and resources that it provides. Dave's need to expand more efforts on client well-being. This includes checking on clients for falls, food insecurity, snow and ice storms, just to name a few. More data collection to understand the challenges that the clients are facing on a daily basis and how Dave's can address these challenges. Once we understand the data, Dave's can provide and cater the different services, especially for different cultures and languages and religions. Through these services, we can measure the impact on our clients. Everybody needs social connections and interactions with others to survive and thrive. But as they age, they often find themselves prisoners of their own living room and spending more time alone with no one visiting or seldom having interactions with others. This loneliness and isolation can lead to depression and other health issues, as Rebecca said, from the Surgeon General. This is why the fifth element with Dave is to address isolation and loneliness. I know this is short, but it's really impactful for these 5 elements that we have seen in here. It's really important to have and Dave to work on these issues. Thank you very much for the time you're giving us. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to continuing working on this important committee. Thank you.
Oh, this is just one quote of many that we were able to gather through our interviews. This is from a family caregiver talking about their loved one, their care recipient. So thank you for the services. She, being the person receiving services, has been in North Plains for 30 years and the service was life-changing. It felt like the county was there for her. There were so many. So just thank you for your support of the programs. Thank you all for your participation, and looking forward to bringing back our strategic plan and answer any questions you might have remaining.
Terrific. Commissioners, what questions might you have? Or comments too? Anyone?
Great to see you, Jen.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you as well, and great to see you all staff. This is really a great presentation. I really appreciate it. I feel like this is a department that is really far away in terms of daily board interactions, but I really learned a lot and really appreciate I know you didn't have thousands of people, but it was very comprehensive, and I feel like you really got good data and really was thoughtful in your own process of how to actually engage in creating space for the Slavic community, even though that's not what the federally required ethnicity data tracking is. So I really appreciate hearing that, and it also reflected there were some people that provided the survey in Russian, and the Slavic community does speak Russian. So I feel like it was a win. It was a win going against the state and the federal requirement. So great, foresight on your end. So congratulations. I don't really have too many questions. I just wanted to provide that one, the comment, and then also create a space to ask the question around how do we define fall or fallen, and what that means in terms of health data tracking for the population. And then one of the things when I was reading your materials, aha moment that I had was the word senior wasn't mentioned in any. Is that sort of eradicated is the new older adults because I tend to see in the regular world out there, the word senior citizens, I know the word citizen can be contentious, but the word senior citizen is used a lot especially in the retail spaces and the healthcare space, but your material didn't. So I will use older adults. But then I was thinking older Americans also could be contentious, right? Because I think with the word citizen, so yeah, it was just an aha moment. Not that I had any feelings about it, but it's like, okay, Washington County language, one Washington County. So bringing myself along to this journey, if you will.
Could I answer that?
Yeah,
part? There was a study, I think it's probably about 8, I don't know how, it's been a while now. There's an organization called the Frameworks Institute, and they take on major sort of policy issues. They've done homelessness and poverty and aging issues that are hard to talk about or that might have a hard time for policymakers to really talk to the general public about. And so many national level aging organizations got together and funded a study to help address that. And they talked to the public and identified that older adults was a preferable topic, or elders as opposed. And so, because not all people identify as seniors. So thank you for calling that out. And I agree, older adult is our preferred term. Some of our transportation is still senior and disabled transportation.
Yeah.
That's just kind of the way it is. And Older Americans Act is named the way. We're probably not going to get away from that, but I agree it can be put a distance there between the people we're here to serve.
To answer your question about falls, the way that was defined was up to the client. So the question was, have you fallen in the last year? Some of them qualified that with yes, but it didn't hurt too bad, or yes, but it, so I think, and that's another a challenge is really getting folks to identify their needs. Because there's a lot of pride and shame that comes into play. So still in development for how we use that or think about that going forward. Excellent question.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you very much. The work is so important, so valuable, and I really appreciate you bringing our volunteers to the table for your perspective as well. It's very cool to see all of the work that's happened. But we do a lot of work at the county, and I don't go home every day thinking, oh, this is really good. Sometimes I go home frustrated, and today it's going to be a much better day because you were here. So
Nice.
thank you.
Thank you. Love that. Nice.
Thank you very much.
How are you gonna top that?
Yeah,
How are you gonna top
older
that?
America.
How are you gonna top that?
No, great presentation. Thank you very much. I very much love my participation. Thanks for thanks.
This is great work. Thank you very much for advancing the knowledge base, not only for our county staff, but also for us on the board. I do have a few questions, which doesn't surprise me. But on slide 12, I'm hoping that maybe when I have the opportunity to review the plan, you may direct me towards where I can find some information. Or at least you'll know that I'm curious. You're going to have to go back. I don't know where the back button is for slide 12. It's titled Identified Needs. So I was wondering, one of the things in looking at this question, I was left wondering, well, where do they want to turn to find the information? Because there's, would you know where to get it? Is like, yeah, but part of it is where would they try to look? That just left me wondering and curious.
Mm-hmm.
Then on slide, and you can never have enough data, right? The interview questions. I would really love to know a little bit about, some of these questions are really fun too. What is one thing you'd tell Dave's leadership? I bet thank you is high on the list. What is one thing you wish you knew when you started receiving services? I mean, it's just like, wow. It's just, they're very powerful questions. Then the other curious question that I have, when you were presenting the data, I was thinking, dang, should have gone back 4 years ago when you talked to us about the outreach and developing an updated plan to see. So what were the results then? Because looking at the summary demographics, 687 responses, that's pretty darn well. Looking at Director Stephen Roberts back there for LUT, I think with different projects, they'd be over the moon with 687 responses. So good job on all the outreach.
Second that.
Yeah, really good. And so then when I looked at the later slides, I thought, wow, I wonder by comparison what the snapshot is like in this time period versus 4 years ago. Because I'm always on the lookout for what are we learning? I do really appreciate how
you used the survey tool to figure out how can we do better in many different ways. And that's marvelous. And I sit here as an older adult, and I do notice your social media outreach. So, but I also I have watched my mom age and her struggles, and she just isn't, social media isn't accessible to her like it was 10 years ago and 5 years. So I'm on the lookout now to say, okay, so as I age, what resources do I need to be mindful of as well? And I think that's a lesson for all of us, because we want the outcome of each of us to age and age well and positively in the community of our choice.
Age with dignity.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for bringing voice to that. Yep. So I look forward to the timeline and learning more along the way. Thank you to you and all of the fellow steering committee members. And I didn't use the right term. There's the steering committee and the overall community. Thank you.
Thanks.
Very much.
Thank you for your time.
All righty. Commissioners, do we want a break before we go into, oh wait, no, Parks is next. How did I forget Parks? So the next topic, Washington County Parks Capital Projects Update. Welcome. Yeah, big kid chair.
That's right. I deserve the big kid chair. Thank you, Commissioners and Chair Harrington. We appreciate the time today. I am here today with Carl Schweitzer, and joining us in the back is our consultant, Ben Johnson. Alicia Milligan will not be able to join us today. She had a family emergency, and Carl is going to deliver her portion of the presentation. Today, we are here to present to you some high-level updates for the capital projects that are in the works for parks. These are initial kind of visioning efforts to craft our plan going forward, and we expect that they'll change over time, but today is a very exciting lift under the curtain. And with that, I will turn it over to Carl to get us started.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Chair Harrington. Carl Schweitzer, your Washington County Parks Division Manager. So as Laura was saying, we're probably roughly somewhere in the middle of our planning process for the capital projects, and so we thought it would be a good opportunity to come in and check in with you, get your feedback, and share with you some of the exciting news that we've developed. So just a quick background, we came to speak with you last November, so 9 or 10 months ago. And at that time, your board had made a determination on the utilization of the local share funds. Those are listed here. I won't read through those. You also had asked us to meet our federal obligation on 2 assistance grants for capital projects at Scoggins Valley Park. And so we have begun that work in earnest. As of January, we issued the request for proposals for consultant services. By the end of February, we had selected Greenworks, who is a renowned firm who does all of these kinds of master plans and park-related projects throughout the region and the Western United States. Your board awarded the contract in April, and since then we have been in go mode.
What is the website deadline? Remind me of Scoggins Park, that grant.
The assistance grants our target date is September of 2027. So today's purpose, we're here to provide you updates on capital funding, the Metro local share money, the design concepts, and Ben Johnson with Greenworks will share with you, walk you through our design concepts to date. As Laurel mentioned, Alicia's not here to talk about the business plan, but I'll walk you through that as best as I can and answer any questions you might have there. Talk a little bit about next steps. Very much like to have any questions or feedback that you would like to provide. And then if you or feel prepared to do so, give us direction on the execution of the local share IGAs. So let's talk a little bit about those local share IGAs now. There are two of those in your packet. One of them is the umbrella agreement, and one of them is project specific. So the umbrella agreement with IGA for our utilization of our $3.2+ million in local share is to be executed at such a time that we have a project associated with it. And so the second IGA in your packet is that first project, and that is the contribution of $1 million to Tualatin Hills Park and Recreation District. So the first agreement broadly says, okay, we're partnering with Metro on utilization of these funds. The second one is an agreement where you are telling Metro that you would like to contribute $1 million to Tualatin Hills Park and Recreation District for land acquisition for Mountain Park. The second piece of that is Metro saying that's acceptable, and we were able to do that. And the third part of that is Tualatin Hills Park and Recreation District saying we accept that, including the responsibilities of completing the program requirements. And so happy to answer any questions you may have about that. The only other thing I would add is when we are ready to execute our projects with the rest of the local share dollars, we will have an amendment to the umbrella IGA. And that would be specifically for the campground project and the Tualatin River Recreation Access Facility at Eagle Landing Park. So at the time we're ready to execute that and have those funds become available to us, we'll do an amendment to the IGA.
Quick question though, on the one with THPRD, I thought we put a condition on there for a certain time frame. In the letter to them. Oh, I can look it.
I don't recall. I would have to look myself. I would need to look as well. So
I think
staff can
we,
look and
Yeah, I think there was a,
bring that
did.
back. Yeah.
we put a condition in.
I don't know if it was the time of the year, but I remember
It was
they had to
December.
get some of their funding
That's right.
to, in order to get the county's funding, but
Yep.
while the chair is looking, I'm gonna ask a question.
Go
Okay
for
with
it.
that, Chair?
Yeah.
This is the umbrella
Yes.
IGA.
Yes.
Okay, all right. That was quick.
Yep.
Good.
So the Board of Commissioners requests THPRD provide a status update of this investment in our public parks within unincorporated Washington County towards the end of 2024. Great. Because we wanted to make sure that the funds wouldn't just languish. So
So I think that we can work with Metro on incorporating that into the IGA or some other way of satisfying your condition there.
yeah, it isn't, there's $1 million towards this project for whenever it happens, time uncertain. But they had an active project and we told them for the active project, we can offer you this.
Thank you for that. We'll make sure to get that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so then just with that in mind, the IGA as it's written today, with the three-party agreement with Metro, THPRD, and the county, really specifies that once this has been completed, that the county doesn't have any obligation to manage or own that land, and that once the condition is met that they've executed the expenditure on the county-approved project type, that the county would have no further obligations for that specific for that specific agreement.
And the transfer were aligned with the letter that the chair read out. Okay.
If you want, I can submit a formal request. This was a letter to the board president, board of directors, and the general manager. So I can follow up with a brief letter requesting.
And that isn't Metro, it's actually THPRD.
It sounds like that was a THPRD specific
Yes.
letter. Yes.
Yes, but it was CC'd to all of you, Metro President Peterson and the Metro COO,
Thank you.
November 30th.
Good memory.
No, I'm just looking at my records.
Other than getting back to us by the end of 2020. We did put in the stipulations to.
Well, this letter, I believe, goes with a letter of their request for an active project. So
I guess I thought they had their signing.
they did. I checked in over the last month or so, and the rub was that the property owners didn't like the what's it called, the real market assessment. So, like, okay, well, are you working towards an agreement or is it a walk away? Right. Yes. Yeah. It wasn't a forever open-ended thing. So
I will say also, Chair Harrington, the IGA also says that if THPRD does, I hear your need to know that we have an active project, but we've also built into the IGA that if Walton or THPRD doesn't go forward, the funds get reallocated to our project. So
no
that
loss
is
of
also
local share.
in the tri-party agreement.
Is there a timeline on that?
I was just looking, Commissioner Treese, I'll continue to look, but I don't think so. So to the chair's point of this isn't years and years of you finding a project.
Carl, you might have $1 million back.
The other thing I will say is that the project is, the IGA is specific to the Cooper Mountain project. So if that project can't go forward, if they're not able to acquire for that purpose, that would be the end of the IGA. But I don't see a date. It's more of a termination on circumstance, not date, as prepared right now. But we can certainly circle back and see to redo that.
Thank you, Courtney. Okay, so moving on to some of the capital funding. As you know, we have 3 projects. 2 of them are assistance grants from the federal government. And I am happy to share with you that we have found the matching funds for the $2.520 million grant for the campground. I'd like to very explicitly say thank you to Dave Perullo, his team, and the board of Explore Tualatin Valley, who shared our enthusiasm and vision for the campground at Scoggins Valley Park and contributed $1 million for the planning and building of that facility. And then just recently, we found out that we have officially been awarded $1 million grant from the Oregon Park and Recreation Department through their local government grant program. So with that, we have secured all of the matching funds for the campground project. That's pretty exciting news for us. We're happy to have one checked off the list. The other project, Scoggins Valley Park Visitor Center and Park Office, we are continuing to pursue that. No grant funding cycles have opened that would be an appropriate grant funding source for that yet, but we have identified and calendared a couple in the near future. One of the ways that you can help us in the near future is the government relations team will be bringing to you the 2025 legislative agenda on November 5th. And the Visitor Center Park Office is on that list. So with your support, maybe we can get some additional federal funding to, that we can use as match for that grant funding. But we also have others on the list as well. And then the Tualatin River Access Facility, we have been working hand in glove in the design phase with the Oregon State Marine Board in anticipation that we will be applying for a grant from them. And because of our long-standing relationship with that and working carefully with their planning team and their program manager, I'm optimistic that we'll be able to secure the funding to make that project happen without too much fuss too.
Is this the one that was referred to as Eagles Landing before?
Eagle Landing Park. Yes, thank you. I'm not sure that everyone knows where Eagle Landing Park is, so I have been referring to it as the Tualatin River Access Facility.
No problem.
We talked about how it's kind of like an HOA, we appointed the person to.
Rainbow,
Yeah, Rainbow. That's,
Rainbow, right?
yeah, Rainbow Lane. It's what takes you into Eagle.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, actually, the Eagle Landing Park was dedicated as a park when they platted the Rainbow Lanes subdivision.
So that 887 that's there is that the fair market value. I think the private houses that have people. And then we have.
Yeah, we believe so. Ben can talk a little bit about that when he comes up too. These projects, like I said, we're about halfway through them. Nothing is finalized yet. We have the consultant team has started to do some analysis about what these projects would cost. We don't have those final numbers yet, but that's probably a fair approximation for that project. Hitting the wrong button. Okay, and so with that, I'd like to invite Ben Johnson up. Ben Johnson is our consultant team project manager with Greenworks, and he's going to share with you where we are on the concept design.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks, counselors and Chair Harrington for having me here today. Super exciting project. Carl started out when we first started the project saying this is a once in a generation type project, and to be able to be on the design side of this has been really, really gratifying, really exciting because we see the impact not only on Washington County, but people from all over the region go to Hag Lake and float the Tualatin River. So what the county's doing here is going to be great for our region. And it's been great working with county staff. When we first started, we knew it was going to be super aggressive timeline to get to where we are today. And the fact that we are here today, it's been pretty miraculous, managing 3 large capital projects, doing 2 phases of engagement through the summer. It's been pretty intense. We got a really big, capable team helping along the way with JLA and EZO with the public engagement. So I want to start off with the public engagement. So, because public engagement was really kind of the backbone of the 2 projects that are getting funded by local metro local shares. Those 2 projects being Eagle Landing and the Tualatin, or sorry, not Tualatin, the Scoggins Campground. And the focus, because of the local shares, is to engage traditionally underserved groups. That was part of the local share criteria, and then incorporate that feedback through engagement into the planning, design, and the operations of the facilities. Throughout that, we had 14 different engagement outreach activities. We had over 350 surveys completed, which is pretty miraculous. In those 14 outreach activities included Anchors Outdoor Adventures, Black Swimming Initiative, Bike Walk Pacific Northwest, Black Folks Camp 2, Brown Folks Fishing, Black People Who Hike, Greater Portland, some of these I don't even know how to pronounce, Delugo Association, Access Recreation, which advocates for people with disabilities recreating, Pacific University staff, ELSO Inc., Soul River Inc., Outdoor Afro, Coalition of Communities of Color, PDX People of Color Outdoors Facebook group, to name just a few. And then we also had traditional outreach activities, which were open houses at the lake, with the Parks Board and open it up for community members to come, and then Zoom meetings with the people that live on Rainbow Lane and those folks were super excited and very thankful for us to host meetings 2 times with them. And the feedback we got from them was pretty relevant. So the first phase of engagement was really to introduce the projects and to receive feedback. And then the second phase was to present the concept designs and receive feedback. And in general, what we heard was, there were some concerns, but in general, majority of people were excited about both the campground and Eagle Landing. Some of the concerns, like at Rainbow Lane for Eagle Landing, were concerns about parking and the fact that they all pay into the HOA to pave the road. And so they were concerned about, public coming onto Eagle Land or Rainbow Lane to float the river. It's bad.
So it's still got big old holes.
Mhm.
It does. See, in fact, there's,
Some other
Into an LID to acquire the money.
Some other things that came up was just concerns about traffic exiting Hag Lake to the highway there, equitable costs for renting cabin and campground space, fishing access near the campground, swimming access. And then there was positive feedback for cabins, not for seniors, but older populations. I was paying attention. And we hope when these 3 projects get done, it's going to take that 38% lonely down to 29.
But I have a question about this outreach too, because in prior meetings on the campground, we've heard RV mentioned multiple times, and there are many different shapes and sizes of campers. But as far as the outreach phase, I didn't hear anybody that might have a voice for different sizes of RVs. Everything from the teardrops,
I love those. That's my plan. On my to-do list.
camper vans, to fifth wheels, tow behinds, to
Right.
the big old RV.
I mean, from a design side, we try to be flexible and design to the larger size. So then if you have a smaller one, you can fit into the larger size. But if you can't fit a larger RV into a small tent site. So even the RV sites can be reserved for tents if you're, get to the reservation first. So that's kind of the goal, is to try to maximize the potential revenue by having larger sites with more hookups for larger RVs.
So even though during this engagement process, there wasn't any group that we sought feedback in on, you have that in your design. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, that's fine.
The multiple camping options. I thought that was also where RVs and everything is. I was making that. I was thinking,
That is where you'll see, when he gets to those slides, you'll see the options there.
Some of these graphics we presented to the public just because most people were familiar with Hag Lake. People were confused that it was called Scoggins Park because I think people all in their mind think it's Hag Lake and not Scoggins Park. But a lot of people were not familiar with Eagle Landing, so it was interesting to hear people's feedback. And you can see on the slide there how far away Eagle Landing is. What's interesting about it is the proximity to some of the other floating spaces like Farmington Paddle that Metro put in or built several years ago. So it really provides a great opportunity for a good, easy float trip between the two versus a much longer float trip, which may be a little bit more difficult for families. So this is Eagle Landing. It's a pretty small, unnoticeable pocket park. There's not much going on there besides a lawn and a path, and then access to the river where there was a dock that got blown away in 2016, 17. And then these are some of the images we were showing people that got people excited to know that we were going to try as best as we can to get equitable access to the river and have docks that could help support elders and people with disabilities to get into the river, whatever their floating device would be. I actually,
I think it is, bottom one, middle.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
yeah. So we have a consultant on the team that did that project, help us with the gangway and dock design. And from overhead view, this is what the site will look like. So that winding path is at about 8 to 10% slope to get down to a gangway and then down to the dock. So the entire pathway, including gangway during ordinary low water, would be at about 10%, which would be favorable for the Oregon State Marine Board grant. And we're not proposing a whole lot of improvements other than that, besides like an ADA parking stall and then some grading and planting in order to make that path work. So now we're going to switch over to the Scoggins Park projects, starting with the visitor center and park office. It's a really lovely site. If you have not been there, it's the disc golf course. It's got really great views, a good setting. We looked at a couple different options to how to, fit the parking in the building to maximize views to the lake. And then also views back towards the building that you would see out in the lake. And this is what we arrived upon. It's kind of a blend between the A and B, where we've got the building nice and tucked in up above to really take advantage of the views down towards the lake. And what you see here is a building and about 100 parking stalls to support the visitor center, the park office, as well as a potential event center.
I needed to orient myself back on. Well, I don't know what the slide number was, but the one that had the whole lake, so I could remind myself where the visitor center is compared to the campground. Which side of the lake? Was my question.
On plan left with
Yeah.
3 arrows or 4 arrows
Yeah.
coming out. So that's where
Awesome.
the campground, or sorry, the visitor center would be. And in some of the views, you could actually see a sea ramp from the event space. So when there's things going on there, the event space can kind of see that, but also see views of the coastal Cascade Range. And so this was a simple diagram just to show how the building would function with the visitor center right down in the middle, the spine of the building with the event center on one side and then park offices on the other side. And this is how it could manifest itself as a simple diagram.
Slow down. I know, I was. Go back.
Oh,
Well, one more.
No, but I was also thinking about if commissioners were looking to see other visitor centers, Metro changed the visitor center, constructed a new visitor center at Oxbow Regional Park, which also has camping. I don't know size-wise which is my question. The slide after this, I was just wondering what the comparable might be. I honestly, Carl, I can't remember. I know this park gets 1 million+ visitors a year. I have no recollection what order of magnitude that one is compared to this one. So that's anyway.
So I don't actually know off the top of my head what the size of the visitor center at Oxbow Park is. We could follow up on that if you'd like. The other thing I was going to suggest, and maybe you haven't gotten here yet and we're planning to, is that this is still in concept phase, that whether or not this is exactly what's going to get built on the site is in the refinement process. And so my guess is that it's going to be reduced in scope and footprint, including the number of parking spaces, just based on cost alone. But anecdotally, I can tell you that Scoggins Valley Park does get more visitors than Oxbow Park by a fair amount.
Yeah.
Partially because we're the only game in town in Washington County, and there are lots of outdoor water access in Multnomah County.
Also don't have that wicked hill to get down and up.
That's right.
At Oxbow. But I am really pleased to see that you're thinking about, you have lots of seasonal staff with Peg Lake and other needs as well. And so I'm pleased to see that you have some thought going into that. That's great. Better to think about it now than later. Commissioner Fide, did you get your question asked?
I think, Carl, you read my mind. The slide before, I think you said what I was wondering, if this was the proposed design concept, and I think you answered that. So that's what I was wondering. This picture, this is just a proposal. This is in the
This
final.
is like the dream building with full parking to support the dream building. The event center is quite large and costs which drives up the costs. I don't know if Oxbow has a event center or not, but the event center you'll see in the plan is designed to be around 100 to 150 people to be able to, it's kind of a sweet spot for reserving for weddings, office events and whatnot, and which would help generate revenue to support the building.
Yeah, so to specifically answer your question, just to put a fine point on what Ben was saying, it may not look like this at all. The event center component of this may be a phase 2, and then it may be only the visitor center and park office components. And then the corresponding amount of parking necessary to support that is different than the number of parking spaces needed to inform the event center. So the event center, as Ben mentioned, is intended to produce revenue. Because one of our North Stars here is that between the campground and the park office and visitor center, that they will pay their own way, that operations will be funded by those facilities. So having that event center for weddings and receptions and community meetings and things of that nature would produce revenue for us, but that may be a phase 2. Just concept, just dreaming right now.
Could you remind us what are the requirements for the federal grant for the event center?
It is
What are the features that it has to provide?
a visitor center component and a park office component.
What you have that design.
We also have, in addition to those two things, we also have the event space, which is not a requirement of the federal grant. It's we added that as an opportunity to create revenue, because the visitor center and park office are unlikely to produce revenue in any meaningful way.
So as a newly formed enterprise fund, I think we're highly motivated to explore these ideas. And so that's why they're included in the high concept design.
Nothing wrong dreaming. I follow. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And these are elevations of what the building could look like, just more inspired by, rural agriculture of the area. Very simple board and batten. And this would help eventually afford the building as opposed to being huge mass timber building like some of you may have seen at the new Hillsborough Community Center, which is an amazing building. This one's going to be a little more low key and I think fit in the site really well.
Your design doesn't look to have an outdoor accessible restroom.
That is correct. It would be in the building in the visitor center, access from the visitor center.
So only available when visitor center is open.
And
It could easily be adjusted if that was a desire. One of those bathrooms could have a exterior facing door.
although our intention is that the visitor center would be open 7 days a week.
24 hours?
Not 24 hours, no. It would probably be relatively standard business hours, 8 to 5 or something. So to your point, having an exterior door is something that we could look at.
And that an indoor restroom can have a different look and feel compared to an outdoor accessible one too.
Could I ask the question as well? So this is the dream out there, and I assume that part of the dream is establishing realities around would that center be used? How far is it from hotel space? How far is it from? So all that work would go into whether or not that's a feasible opportunity.
One of the, thank you for that. That's a really good point. So one of the things that we have been discussing is that both this project and the campground project will materialize at roughly the same time. So there may be opportunities to operationally create packages where if somebody wants to have a wedding here, we could give discounts on a certain number of campsites so that they could stay on site and then move over to the other facility for its use.
And if they didn't want to stay on site, didn't want to camp, again, I think that it's just, I'm just concerned about being an event center.
The design model you have after that, is the square footage you're utilizing, is that like most? Not that I'm pushing for minimalists, but the most conservative space? Are you just,
We can definitely cinch in the belt a little bit.
Okay.
The park office side, I think, is pretty tight. The visitor center probably can come in a little bit. The event space is really designed to work with 100+ people. So if that were to come down, it may change the market ability of it. So it's whether or not like the event space actually comes in to play this first phase. But the visitor center has some room to drink down a little bit and still be successful. So let's go to the campground. So if you're familiar with the site, the campground is next to the operations and maintenance facility at Scoggins Park. And there's an old roadway network that was built a long time ago that's been shut down, underutilized, that we really based our design on. There's 3 existing restrooms that are CMU built with metal roofs that are in good shape, just need a little bit of cleaning up and refurbishing to be interior ADA accessible. So this is just a quick diagram to show what those roadway layout is. You can see some areas that have expanded pavement, and we're looking at those areas to kind of concentrate some of the camping facilities, knowing that a lot of the road infrastructure and grading is already there and done for us. And so these are some of the amenities that would be included in the campground, and this is what we presented through engagement and got positive feedback with lots of different camping types, and as well as amenities to support those camping types.
I was really surprised to see so many amenities on the table, given the budget that we have. I will give a shout out to the showers at Diamond Lake Campground. Really great thing. But when I think about the budget that we have, I think there's going to need to be some prioritization. And I seem to recall that from the grant that an RV dump station was absolutely listed as an amenity. Whereas the other aspects, water hookup and electrical hookup, not. And then we also have to think about the availability. Certain, I think it's state parks can only be reserved for at most 2 week on 2-week cycles or something like that. So I'm hopeful that you're thinking along those lines. I'd also like to see some data utilization of the cabins up at. Thank you. I was reaching as well. I was looking over at Jerry. It's like, what's the one at the end of the Banks Vernonia Trail? Yes, what their utilization has been and comparators there. So, yeah. Yeah, that's why I think it would be great to see some data from other places.
So, we have a slide a little later on that was part of Alicia's presentation from Eco Northwest. She's the one who did a lot of the research and comparables for the business plan. I do know that she used Stub Stewart as one of the comparables, and she would probably be able to answer that question for you off the top of her head. I don't know what their utilization rate is, but I'm very confident that that was one of the comparables that she was looking at as she was developing our cost and revenue production based on that kind of percentage. We can provide that though.
Well, let's see where we get, because maybe, depending upon if it's just me who has questions, we can always just have a 3-person hybrid or virtual meeting.
So this is the diagram for the campground layout. The first upper 3 loops that have the purple are the full hookup RV sites. And then the blue on the very, very upper portion of the loop are standard hookup RV sites. The yellow squares being tent campsites, and then the orange being cabins. The 5 cabins on the very bottom of the plan would be on the dam overlook site. And then there's a new loop for the 5 cabins that are closer to the lake, just on like plan left. That would be a new loop, so a new road added on. So we tried to provide a really good variety and flexibility of camp type use through this diagram. That also utilized the 3 existing restrooms, 1 new restroom, and then a camp store that's right at the entrance to the campground that also could sell sundries to day users like, soda, chips, ice, fishing tackle.
So I'll just say,
Mhm.
I'm really concerned that these slides aren't marked concept, draft.
Thank you.
Because while it's a work session today, and while we are verbally very clear that these are concepts, it would be, I'm thinking out loud here, I would ask that you update the presentation, because I don't want anyone in our community to think this is the commitment. Because I look at the list here and I look at the little budget and, ooh, there's a disconnect there. So that's what I'm concerned about.
Good point. We will do that.
Now, that leaves open the opportunity for you to say, oh, no, we can do this in the budget. Just hang tight,
Is that campground setup? It reminds me of Shampooey. Is it similar in nature to Shampooey?
Shampooey is a little bit bigger. It has 114 total sites. We've got 67 total sites.
Okay, but it's the same mix of
Yeah.
RV camping, tent camping, and cabins.
Yeah, and size-wise, locally, Oxbow is similar in size with quantity of sites, as well as Milo MacGyver State Park on the Clackamas River. But MacGyver has four sites too, so I don't believe we're not proposing that here. And so this is what it could look like in plan view if you're flying over and all the trees are still there and growing back in. We'll do our best to infill after we do grading to install the campgrounds to create like a great user experience and privacy. We also have to, manage fire hazard as well. So we're going to have to deal with fire breaks. That was one of the concerns that came up. Luckily, we've got a huge fire break there to the left, which is the lake, as well as the dam, as well as Scoggins Valley Road. Those are great fire breaks that are already there, but we will be looking at how to deal with trees and vegetation close to structures and inside the campground too as well, but still have a great user experience.
And if I can just piggyback on that by saying, as you would expect, we're consulting with all the experts on this. We've had conversations with the rural planners for Washington County Land Use and Transportation. We've met with the fire marshal. We've had conversations with the Washington County Sheriff's Office about public safety. So we're engaging all of the right people as we consider these concepts moving forward.
So all the, I don't know what department it is in the state, but I've certainly seen in a whole bunch of different parks that have had different picnic shelters and even bathrooms. There's this mention that they're the state
Emergency?
not prefab, that's not the right use. But it's like picnic shelter in a kit. So I just hope you're exploring that. That's all.
Yeah, all structures we're looking at is probably kits, even the cabins for cost savings because
Oh.
if you do custom design for each one of those, I mean, we wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah.
But we are looking forward to that million extra dollars from THP.
Don't count on that.
I think we've kind of covered the costs that all besides, I mean, Eagle Landing, we're in stone's throw away because of the Oregon Marine Board grant. And the other two projects, we are identifying a phase one of which we'll be advancing in design with the team.
Well, if it's any consolation, I feel in really good hands that you've practiced the art of the possible and done a lot of public outreach to see what a dream campground facility, what a dream visitor center would be. And now it's a matter of fine tuning all of that to both meet the needs of the grants, but also fit our budget in order to deliver a product that we can be proud to offer the community. So I'm feeling really good about this. A lot of work.
Thank you. I won't linger on these next few slides, primarily because I can't take that deep of a dive on them. Alicia was going to be with us today, but I do want you to see, very similar to what Chair Harrington just said. So our two North Stars are, we're not going to build any facilities that we can't afford. And the second one is that whatever we do build is going to pay its own way. So one of the things that we asked Eco Northwest to do, or what Ben asked Eco Northwest to do, is based on our pie in the sky visioning, can you demonstrate with a straight face, based on all the sort of market analysis that you've done, that these two facilities can pay their own way? And so I'm less interested in the actual numbers and more interested in sort of the order of magnitude cost and the concepts here. So Eco Northwest is producing for us two things. One is a business plan. That is, what are these sites going to make in revenue and what is it going to cost to run them? And the second one is the operations. And that one really isn't fully baked yet. That's going to be more specifically about what are our hours, to Chair Harrington's point about not having too long of a stay or having that maximum stay time be within the legally allowed amount that doesn't create us problems with residency or any of those other things. So that's what the operations plan will be. So this next couple slides I'll share with you are focused on the business plan. So as I mentioned, she did do quite a bit of market and financial analysis. She looked at a variety of regional, I think 10 regional campgrounds and 8 event venues, and looked at the financial feasibility and the operational feasibility of these. So with that, based on our sort of dream facilities here, the campground, which about, I don't know, probably a quarter of the way down that table, you can see in capital, it just says total campground revenue. That's the projections based on all of the work that Eco Northwest did. That's what we can realistically expect on if we built that exact design. And then at the bottom in the orange column or row is the expected visitor center revenue. Of course, that's heavily predicated on the event center piece of this existing, which I'm not sure we're going to be able to afford or not. But what this shows at the bottom line is what the revenue for both of those sites is anticipated to be in this scenario. And then here's the expenses. So again, same thing, about halfway up, you see the total campground expenses. That's everything that we could imagine. And we were very conservative here, that we probably overestimated things that we don't know, like internal service fund costs, things of that nature. And we're conservative with many of our discretionary expenditures. But with that, we anticipate that this was the order of magnitude for the campground expenses. And then in that orange row, again, the visitor center expenditures. And then at the bottom, you can see the total combined expenditures. And those are summarized on this slide, which is the total combined revenue and the total combined expenses. Again, we're halfway through the process, so this is going to change. But what we wanted to demonstrate to you is that we are we have not lost sight of the fact that these facilities have to pay their own way, and we have demonstrated that they will be able to pay their own way in this scenario. And however we ramp these up or down, we will get to the same place where these two facilities working in tandem will pay their own way.
My hope for you as the Fleet Facilities and Parks Department is that as you continue through the process, that you'll also be able to come and help us hear about for a campground and or a visitor center. What is renewal and replacement all about? You know, I know signage, and I've seen some unfortunate incidents happen on federal and national parklands where people decide to hitch up to the big old posted interpretive center sign, and boom, it's a pretty penny to replace. So I just provide that illustration to say, I have no experience in this area, but we want to try and make sure you're set up for success.
I appreciate
think
that.
pretty sure with all we've been through, setting you up for success is where we're at.
Thank you. Yes, at future opportunities, we will talk with you about capital replacement strategies.
And for the reservations, will you be able to tap into that system the state has versus having to reinvent the wheel?
Yes, our expectation is that we will join recreation.gov, which is the common place where people go look for and make reservations for campgrounds. So we will be right in the mix with everybody else. Wanted to share with you because we thought it might be interesting. We know that Explore Tualatin Valley was particularly interested in this as a benefactor of the project. That this campground, much like a hotel, will produce transient lodging taxes. And so you can see on the top line there what the revenue is and what the next line down is 10.8% annual production of TLT. So you'll see it is anticipated to be a reasonable amount of money that will be added to the county's collection for TLT. And then you can see the split out there for the state and the county and the operators piece of that. So it's a good news story.
That's like a wow moment for so other county campgrounds and maybe even state campgrounds pay TLT?
It is like a hotel, and they pay transient lodging taxes.
I had no idea.
So that will be built into our fees, and we will collect that, and we will turn that over to the county.
Thank you.
So just wanted to share with you next steps. So we will investigate how do we best add in the timeline that the board has requested to THPRD related to the use of the local share funds. And then at such a time that we have a resolution to that, we will come back to you for your formal agreement or for your adoption of those IGAs. We are going to work, unless you have any concerns, we're going to continue to work on the design and engineering phase of this project. We're going to continue to pursue grant funding, capital grant funding. We're going to work through some of the code issues and other sorts of planning issues that will help inform how much we can build up front and what might be phase two. And then at some point where we have all of our funding identified and some of those issues and all of the other necessary issues are resolved, we will pivot to the construction phase. And so as Commissioner Willie asked earlier, the two projects at Scoggins Valley Park, we're shooting for an execution date of no later than September of 2027. The project at Eagle Landing Park, the Tualatin River Access Facility, may actually be able to be built sooner than that.
A question, but it's more towards the board. I would be interested in having them come back appropriate sometime around final design and engineering. I just want you to come back and tell us what it is you're planning on building.
For the final, before.
Yeah, before they submit permits and start building something.
I think,
So I'm,
I think it says November to January. Final design and.
yeah,
engineer.
it doesn't say they come to us.
Oh.
That's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah, that was
I take
clearly
things
an
for
omission.
granted. I thought you
We-
presented to us, though. I thought this was when you come to. us. Thank
Sorry,
you.
that was clearly an omission.
I'm not
Of course, we will
in
come
being
back.
interested. The other thing is, board, are you comfortable in my letter to THPRD to say, look, we really want to know this because we have this exciting project burning a hole in our pocket.
Thumbs up from me.
Yeah, I have a little bit of reservation, and my reservation is I want to have a clearer understanding of what we committed to THPRD. You know, I don't, and that's why I asked about the dates from Courtney, if there was any time frame there, because I don't remember the whole situation. I'm
Well,
comfortable.
I remember I insisted.
Yeah, you made
upon-
a proposal.
You had
say,
a time.
look, you're exploring this, you're working the art of the possible, but you're going to come back to us for the end of 2024 to
okay.
say, is this happening or
And
not?
we've got the end of 24. Okay, I'm then, yes.
Whenever I see Doug Menke or the THPRD board president, they say, so how are things going on Cooper Mountain?
3 weeks ago, I asked him the same question. This is simple.
Okay,
Right.
what are you doing with that $1 million?
Well, it's
Can I
not
get it
there.
back?
And it hasn't been given.
Well,
And
then it's in the
I'm
letter.
comfortable, yes.
Yep.
Chair, this makes me wonder because I'm glad the chair expressed it out loud because I made the assumption that the timelines were touch base with the board. So now I have a question. October says Board of County Commissioners and the Bureau of, what are the, so
Bureau
they're
of
reviewing
Reclamation.
what we reviewed right now?
They have reviewed the
So
concept
they have,
designs,
so they've already reviewed.
and they provided us feedback that then Ben will take into account as we're thinking about how do we tweak the concept designs. That piece has already been done, but in order for us to move forward, we need you guys to say yes. Keep going.
And we have not, unless I missed it, in the materials, we have not seen their feedback to you.
The Bureau of Reclamation?
Yeah.
No, but if you would like that, we can provide.
No,
that. It's largely wonky
wonky stuff.
stuff, but
No red flags.
no red flags. No, they're very supportive of the project. It's mostly design tweaks. They're very focused on making sure that the facilities are accessible and designed to not only ADA but ABA standards, and that we have the proper number of cabins and campsites and parking spaces that are accessible. A lot of that kind of feedback, but no red flags. They weren't scared off by anything we've proposed so far.
I want to encourage you to make sure that both at the campground, they're not necessarily I'm thinking about kiosks, information kiosks, that there will be people that arrive after hours or go to the visitor center after quote unquote office hours. So some key, information kiosk, history of Heck Lake or something, but more to the point of if there are wildfires, what about an earthquake? Where do they need to go to learn more? So giving them resources to go to.
And were you imagining that at the Visitor Center Park Office building, at the campground, or both?
The one at the campground may be a lighter version, right? Depending upon display space that you have on the outside of the building for people that go when the building is actually closed. So, not an expert in this area at all.
Yeah, thank you.
And at the campground too, where do people learn more about what part of the lake to go to get a life vest for swimming? Or just what other amenities are there at the park?
Yeah. So that those will be identified in our operations plan. But I would anticipate that a lot of people are going to ask those exact kind of questions. Where do I go get a life jacket? Where's the best place to go swim?
We have life.
At 14 different kiosks, yeah.
And the other thing I've observed at Diamond Lake Campground, but never used myself, is they have a fish cleaning table. And people fish at Hag Lake, right?
Quite a
I don't
bit.
know if having a fish cleaning table is a good thing or not. Great thing.
We actually have had quite a few requests for that.
Really?
You would be surprised how expensive a commercial fish
Stainless steel.
Yeah.
And they have to
steel with
meet-
water.
They have to meet a lot of health
They have to have
regulations.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those can be $50,000.
Yeah.
$50,000.
Yeah, but then there's the impact of if you don't have one, what do you end up with? That's why I figured best for me to mention. it.
What's the longevity of it? How long does it last?
They're commercial grades and they're stainless steel. And I would anticipate that unless there was intentional mischief, that it could last
10, 15.
25, 30 years.
Okay. Cool.
Chair Harrington, can I make a confirmation with you?
Sure.
Back to the THPRD letter. I just want to confirm that you did offer to write that letter, to the commissioners, and you're doing that letter, or you've
Yeah.
directed. Okay, I just want to make sure it's not a staff direction on the letter. And I didn't think I heard that, but
There's Grace. Grace will help me with a letter.
thank you. I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Who would like to have eyes on it? Courtney?
Yeah, we would love to see it. just
Okay.
I'd like to
Information.
know what it says.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, Tanya co-signed with me the last one.
Right.
So I'm comfortable with, it's just gonna be a follow-on.
Thank
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, this has been a really great presentation. When I saw, I'll admit, when I saw the agenda, I said, Carl need 90 minutes. Review the material. You're right. And I'm gonna pick a favorite today. Ben, your materials were amazing.
Oh,
Not only off the presentation before, I was able to really, I was engaged in your slide. I don't know if it's kosher to say that, but I'm gonna say it today. I normally don't pick a favorite in any, not that there's anything wrong with the other one, but I really appreciated your slides. And my favorite is the Scoggins Valley Park ground that has the 50,000 foot level. It was, maybe it's the greenery you were depicting and what the final outcome would look, but yeah, I'm very glad to be on this journey and to see what the future could look like for this. And I was surprised. You wanna know what surprised me the most? Please. The laundry. I did not expect that. So that was the most aha moment I had through the presentation. Yeah. Did my own way, but.
luxury.
Yeah, but I commit to be a long camper here. I will contribute to that TLT.
In the teardrop.
Very good.
And yeah.
People are camping
Often-
very, very differently these days. Younger folks, people that expect future comforts. I was working at Barton County Park on a master plan, and the feedback they heard is people would rather have Wi-Fi than toilet paper because we can bring our own toilet paper. We can't bring Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Little bit of
Lots
a
of rules,
false
Jack. Yeah, lots of rules.
False starts.
Quiet times, no generators, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we're digital age.
All righty, well, we need to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
you.
We're going to take a break for 15 minutes. So at 5 minutes to 3, we'll pick up with our next item. Thank you.
Parks design is fun.
Yeah, it was the material. I tell you, I was like 90 minutes. And then I really, okay.
16, Mark. All right, welcome back, commissioners. Back to you, Vice Chair Fai.
Thank you, Kevin. We'll gavel us in. Well, welcome. Our next topic is discuss and advise on changing trends in SHS, revenue and expenditures. Welcome. Molly.
Thank you, Vice Chair. There we go. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Molly Rogers. I'm the Director of Housing Services here. Joined today with me is Assistant Director Larson and Allie Alexander Sheridan, our Business Operations Manager. Today really embarks a new phase of our work in our SHS implementation. For 3 arduous years, our partners and we have worked very hard to build out a full expeditious system. I like to say we went from 0 to 60 in a short amount of time. And now we're trying to get to a place where we can maybe try to plateau to a nice even kill 65 miles per hour. And this is really, this moment is, I believe, is sort of a confluence of really 3 trends. The first is that our partners have grown and developed and shown us that they can deliver on bigger contracts and service delivery. It's a good sign. The second is we went bold in our budgeting and building out our system based on optimistic forecasts. And 3, we experienced for the first time what it is like to implement a volatile funding source when our collections of the revenue did not match or exceed the forecast for the first time. So you put those 3 things together, and what we're hoping to do is lay out some guiding principles for you all to help us smooth out the peaks and the valleys of this volatile funding stream, to transition the programs over a 1 to 2 year period so that we can help be a buffer and create more predictability for our partners. So I'd like you all to think a little, we need your feedback today for this work session on those guiding principles that help us work with our partners on making some recalibration decisions this year and to help guide our fiscal year 25-26 budget planning work that will be embarking in the next couple months. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jess.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Good afternoon, commissioners. This slide here outlines those very 3 points that Molly just walked us through. So these are the changing trends we're going to walk through. Specifically, Allie's going to walk through with some more specificity for you about that increased rate of expenditures. That is different than how we forecasted and planned. These trends are different than how we forecasted and planned our current year's budget. So these are new trends that have emerged since we passed our budget and are working to really incorporate into current year programming and future year planning as well.
I don't want to interrupt your flow, but as Molly, you were doing your intro, you talked about we went bold based on an optimistic forecast. But my recollection also is you went bold because we were facing a crisis that was even bigger than the problem statement that we went through prior to the voters' approval. I just wanted to confirm I'm not overplaying a hand here.
We absolutely stood up programs as quickly as we could to address a huge crisis, the housing and homelessness crisis. People, especially people who have been unsheltered for a long amount of time, who had nowhere else to go, and also in support of our city's time, place, and manner policies. So we were able to build out a full system so we could be responsive. And Jess is going to actually talk about that system and the very benefits we were able to stand up for the folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the rate of expenditures of our partners and our own system has increased. Revenue collections are for the first time the end of our fiscal year, which actually closed on in August because we had to wait for revenue collections to be received. For the first time, we received less revenue than was forecasted. This is pointing to that volatile nature of revenue forecast and that the forecast is a forecast. It's not a guaranteed amount of revenue. And then those two forces together have impacted how much was moved over into our carry forward balance. We are always planning ahead. We had anticipated certain amount of revenue to move forward to carry over balance, but that was reduced because revenue was reduced and expenditures were increased. So these three forces come together with a new updated information for us to think about current year and future year. But before we get started, it's my job to ground us and why this work is so important and how impactful it's already being in our community. Linda's is one of thousands of stories of people who've been housed with the Supportive Housing Services program. You may have also noted that there was a wonderful story about Arla in a recent article featuring the regional long-term rent assistance that has housed thousands of people across the 3 counties. And so Linda is one of those community members who experienced long-term homelessness, repeated episodes of homelessness because of her medical conditions, and now is able to be grandma and host her grandkids on the weekends in her apartment home, and how meaningful that is to her. And these are, this is here the scaling of that system represented in boots on the ground or capacity in our community that did not exist before the Supportive Housing Services measure. So you can look at that capacity in 2021 when we started this program. We had about 12 case managers and housing workers in our system. We have nearly 140 at the end of the fiscal year in 2020, in July 2024. Similarly with shelter beds, we only had 49 shelter beds year round. We have more than 400 year round. And thousands, is that thousands? Yes, more than 2,000 housing units have been created. And what that means, it's not the physical unit, right? It's the case manager and the rent assistance voucher working together to create stable housing options. And as people move through these services, more people move into this capacity. It's capacity in our system that we've created. And what that capacity looks like in outcomes, here are 2 that we're featuring, that 2,941 people, or 1,817 households who were previously homeless now have had the opportunity of stable housing through this supportive housing measure. And we've said this many times, but it should be repeated because it's a really important indicator that we have, at a time when homelessness is going up and unsheltered homelessness is going up across our state and across the country. Actually, here in Washington County, unsheltered homelessness went down because of those shelter beds that we've created, more options off the street for people immediately to seek help. So before we get started in the details, let's remember where we are in the lifespan of this program. As Molly was describing, we've ramped up expeditiously and exponentially over the first 3 years. And here we are kind of right where we plan to be in year 4 and really needing to level off the program and focus in on stability, sustainability, efficiencies, system improvements. We knew that this revenue source was not going to be enough to end homelessness. It would be what we needed to significantly make an impact on reducing an increase in homelessness and hopefully ending chronic homelessness. And that's how we're prioritizing the investments of these resources. Now that these resources are fully deployed, we're at that capacity. Our work is focusing on the effectiveness, the efficiencies of implementation to further refine our programming and improve our outcomes in our community. This is the new reality as we enter into the next phase of the program. And then one last slide, because a new reality needs a glossary. We have new language we're going to be using. We're facing financial conditions we have not yet faced. And so this conversation takes some new language. You're going to hear us talk more about, old language we've been using, populations A and B. And let's remember that this measure directs the 3 counties to implement our resources, focusing that 75% will serve population A and 25% will serve population B. What that means is there's a primary focus on serving chronic homeless households to end chronic homelessness. And then the other 25% can be invested in other households at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness for the first time. We're also going to start talking more about this balanced system of care. And this is the idea that we have a diversity of interventions, both when someone is unsheltered, the outreach providers, the different kinds of shelters, the different kinds of caseworkers, the different kinds of housing programs, transitional to permanent, to meet people where they're at and help them move through instability onto stability, and maybe someday off of the housing programs that create that stability. So this balanced system of care helps create a throughput. And if we don't have balance, then people get stuck or they can't be served where their need is. We'll talk more about that. We'll talk also about a base budget. This is this new notion of what we can sustain year over year, because we have to guarantee a level of services. We have to guarantee that our shelter beds will be open, that housing rents will be paid for a certain number of households. And then if revenues become in above that, then we can look to one-time investments to create additional ad packages. So we're going to talk more about that. Unanticipated revenue is what will be that revenue above that planned base budget, and move into that carry forward balance, which we have a carry forward balance. We'll talk more about how those funds are currently committed and assigned. This is also new language we wanted to focus to kind of touch base with you all on. Committed investments in our carry forward balance speak to investments that you've taken direction to award for capital project improvements, or we've committed capacity building funds to many of our providers as one-time commitments, but perhaps those funds are still sitting in our account waiting to be finally granted through a contract. Whereas assigned investments, the difference here is we might not have made a specific award, but your board has directed us to go forth and work on solving a problem, like access centers. We are working on making investments in access centers. You've actually made an award for 2 access centers that have come through, but we have still assigned funds for 2 additional access centers that have not yet come through for award in Western Washington County and one in Beaverton. So that's an example of the differentiation of assigned versus committed, but they're all planned investments. And you'll hear more about that as Allie walks through the pie chart of our carry forward balance. So hopefully that's a good grounding conversation to get started. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Allie to get into the details. Yes, Chair.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I've internalized the difference between committed and assigned. So assigned would happen before something is committed.
That's right.
And so the use for assigned, the use is approved for this type of category, but not yet committed to a specific instance. Is that about right?
Project or provider. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair, for the record, my name is Allie Alexander Sheridan. I'm the Business Operations Manager for the Homeless Services Division. So I will get us into some of the numbers, and we'll start by reflecting on some of our learnings from the fiscal year 23-24, so the program year that's just closed out at the end of June. So a couple of things to note here on this slide. You'll note that the gold column is what we had budgeted for our SHS funding. So we budgeted 96 million, and we also spent 96 million. So you all are aware that we spent 100% of what we had budgeted for our SHS funds. It's also important to note, you'll see the next light blue column is what was forecasted. So each of the 3 counties received a new forecast from Metro in the fall of 2023. And that forecast included an updated figure for the 23-24 year, and that was the 109 million you see reflected there. You'll note that at the close of the 23-24 fiscal year, our actual revenue received was 103 million. So we did have a gap in what was forecasted versus what we actually received in our revenue. And we'll talk a little bit more about the implications of that revenue gap. So again, here on the left-hand side, you see the dark blue and the light blue columns, and that really just illustrates that revenue gap. So we saw a difference of 6.2 million in what was forecasted and what we actually collected. As we look ahead to the current fiscal year, the 24-25 fiscal year, you'll note that we have a forecast of 115 million. Again, this came from the forecast that we received from Metro in the fall of 2023. And it's important to note that as we've learned this past fiscal year, that we anticipate some volatility in the revenue received. And so it's important to keep in mind that we may likely see a shortfall in the revenue received this fiscal year. And hence us bringing this update and conversation to you all for consideration. Moving on to the next slide. It's also important to parse out the difference between our ongoing operational commitments and then also our one-time investments or our planned carry forward investments. So last fiscal year in our $96 million budget, 69 million was allocated for those ongoing operational expenses, and just over 26 million of our spending were one-time investments. So those were investments such as eviction prevention funding to some of our partners, some of our shelter capital investments, and also capacity building investments, as Jess mentioned. As we look to the current fiscal year, our current ongoing operational budget is 120 million, and then we also have a planned 22.4 million in one-time expenditures. And these one-time expenditures are represented in a budget amendment. You all likely reviewed and approved that today in your work session. And these investments include, again, temporary eviction prevention investments for this fiscal year, and then capital funds for 2 access centers that you all also approved earlier this calendar year. So again, that ongoing operational budget is what you see here in the blue, and then also we have those one-time investments in the gold. So before we jump into looking at our total carry forward balance, it's important to ground ourselves in the reserves and some of the restricted funds that are included in the carry forward balance. So the first that you see at the top is our contingency reserves. And so those are dictated by our IGA with Metro as no more than 5% of our revenue received in a given year. The next line item is our stabilization reserves. So those are earmarked as 10% of our revenue. However, what you see here is actually 15% of our anticipated revenue for the 24-25 fiscal year because of the need to be conservative and consider increased reserves for our program commitments. We also have the Regional Implementation Fund, or sometimes referred to as the RIF, and we are required via our IGA to set aside 5% of our revenue each year to spend on RIF investments. However, you'll likely recall that the first 2 program years, we did not fully expend the 5% of the RIF funds. And so we do have some carryover funds in our reserves from those unspent RIF funds that you'll see here. And so those 3 buckets combined equal just over or a bit over 32 million. So again, it's important to note when we're talking about the carry forward balance that $32.8 million of that carryover or carry forward balance cannot be tapped for some of our one-time investments generally. So this is our carry forward balance as it currently stands. You'll see the $12.4 million are planned eviction prevention investments. So those are currently committed. So they're in contracts with our partners to date. We also have 3.5 million, the light blue slice of the pie you see there, which is our capacity building investments for our providers. And that's a mix of committed and assigned. So some of those funds are currently allocated in contracts and grants with our partners. And some of that funding is planned to be invested with our partners. The white sliver of the pie you see there are shelter capital investments, and that is all committed, so all currently in contract with partners. The $20 million you see, the dark blue sliver, are our access center capital investments. And again, those are a mix of committed and assigned. So some of those are currently in contract with partners, and then about 10 million of those funds are assigned. And then lastly, we have the transitional housing. So you'll recall that 30 million of those funds are allocated for the transitional housing NOFO that we've recently launched with our partners and received 7 applications for. And then 20 million of that 50 million is for the potential acquisition of a hotel. So something to note here, just sort of bringing in the data from a couple of slides ago, with the revenue gap that we recognize, that impacts our carry forward balance. So with all of these investments and also the reserves that we just I touched on in the previous slide, our current carry forward balance with all of these planned investments is over committed by $7 million. So one of the things that we're bringing forward today is to discuss how we will anticipate that shortfall, and how we'll be adjusting, whether that's in reconsidering some planned investments or also cutting cost of current operational commitments.
I'd say with
Sure.
relating that 96 million to slides before, and when we're talking about the one on the left side, that's 96 million, that's our 96 million. Okay. That's what we basically have. Or spend our money, that 96 million is in this. That is what we spent the 96.
Sorry, so there are two 96 millions, which is confusing. So the 96 million you see here is our budget that is a combined ongoing expenses and one-time investments that we made in the 23-24 fiscal year. And the 96 million you see in the pie chart is a coincidental similar figure, but is our carry forward balance.
Access centers.
That's the 50 million. So the entire left-hand side of the pie, 20 million of that 50 million has been assigned for the potential acquisition of a hotel for transitional housing.
Would you remind us what an access center is?
Sure, happy to. As part of responding to unsheltered homelessness, we have outreach workers, and we are always trying to get folks into shelter beds, but there is no place for folks to go during the day to receive showers, meals, connections to services. We have some day centers that are currently operating, like Project Homeless Connect here in Hillsborough. So what is envisioned are kind of fully funded, fully operational, 7 days a week access centers in 4 locations across the county for unsheltered homeless people to seek services.
Shower. Think place for them to go, then go into shelter.
Okay. Well, with that, I will hand it back to Jeff.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Ali. All right. So we're moving into the what now part of the conversation. So thank you, Commissioner, for holding your question because we're getting there. Before we do, just a quick stop here to say this is an ongoing iterative conversation. We're bringing this forward with these early emerging trends, recognizing this need for the shift in our system. And of course, your board direction will be critical to guiding this work forward. And we're also having this conversation with our advisory council, our Homeless Solutions Advisory Council. So they recently met and have discussed the matter twice with us. They're necessarily concerned about these shifts and any potential reductions in service levels, and they wanted us to bring this forward fully for your awareness. So here are some items that sort of represent the feedback we're hearing from our Solutions Council members around making sure that any reductions are made when we have enough information and are absolutely necessary. Considering tapping into other available funding sources to cover the gap. They're asking us to consider reducing some of our capital investments to help cover the gap. they're asking us to use data to make sound decisions on what are the efficacy, the service levels and the needs of our community. So we're making those decisions with sound information. They also asked us to continue work on providing them clarity in their role in giving us staff guidance, but also, your board further guidance. And so I just wanted to outline that this conversation has been happening with them and will continue to happen with them. And they are very engaged, very concerned, and very supportive of this important and necessary work going forward. Yes.
Could I pause here for a second? So, we'd also talked back in our August board update about coming here in October for a conversation as well. So I just want to make sure it's clear long before the Solutions Advisory Council meeting that we'd already teed up that we were acknowledging the slowing pace of collections and what Metro was reporting to us. And we realized, oh, different phase of being. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Then I have a question with regard to some timing. Metro provided us with a forecast in November of 2023. We had a meeting, Molly and I, with the Metro and the Tri-County chairs and Metro economists and other county economists. And it's my understanding they're working towards a forecast in November, so next month. And in my meeting with Metro Council President and the Tri-County chairs last night, she asked for feedback in terms of what we want from that forecast, some clarity of terms and whatnot. And I just don't know if I should bring that up now or later. But also relative towards, I seem to recall, but I don't remember the exact timing. Wasn't there, we did a budget adjustment for year 3 at some point in time, but I don't remember what month that was. I want to say like in January, was earlier in the year.
I think it was February.
February. Okay, so it was earlier in the year. So we do still, today isn't our last stop, right? Okay, so we will have the benefit of receiving the updated forecast from Metro and to ponder this topic again, question mark? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's worth mentioning, as Ally was sharing, we will be making budget adjustments because some commitments are coming from the carryover fund into our approved budget so that we can follow through on those commitments. Even as we're reducing expenditures, we will necessarily have to increase the budget to see through some of those one-time commitments this year. So we will be walking and chewing gum at the same time as we make these iterative adjustments throughout the year.
Okay, and your presentations to date have been very clear with us around what is committed. You know, we have 3 shelters, permanent shelters that are under construction. 2 of 4 access centers have awarded committed funding. And transitional housing continues to be a need that we have in the community. And you mentioned the NOFA. I don't remember what state that's in. I know it's been out there, but I don't recall what time frame the results might come in and so forth. But so we still have time.
We still have time. And the transitional housing NOFO is closed and is currently being evaluated and will be brought forward to your board for further consideration and action. At this time, it's anticipated in December.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so moving into the what now, what next? So here are the actions currently underway by your staff in the Department of Housing Services to adjust to these new emerging trends this year and our current programmatic work. We're delaying the rollout of new programs and delaying some staff positions or planned program expansions in order to reduce impact to contracted providers or participants in our program. We're not making reductions at this time. We're delaying further expenditures that may have been planned, but now we're concerned we want to kind of hedge any overspending in the program. We're preparing to necessarily ramp down some of the programs that were part of our scaling up plan in the first 3 years, but did not have a long-term plan in our program as those permanent programs came online. Like, for example, we're bringing on permanent shelters this year. The Beaverton shelter will be opening with 60 permanent beds shortly, and we have some temporary shelter capacity that now will sunset as we convert to that permanent capacity. So we're preparing to ramp down. We're communicating very actively with our contracted providers so they are aware of these changing trends and preparing with us as we make adjustments, primarily in next year's budget planning. And then we're holding steady and anticipating a further reassessment when we have more information as the first quarter expenditures close out and we can understand what our rate of expenditure looks like in the beginning of this first fiscal year, and waiting for that forecast from Metro to further understand any adjustments they're anticipating for this year. Our recommendations for as we begin our budget planning for next year are a little bit more complex. We are recommending going forward that because now we have reached the capacity of these revenue sources, that we begin to use a more conservative range of the Metro forecasts. When Metro puts out their forecast, Chair, this answers an earlier question you raised, they generally say this is a plus or minus $50 million range. Now that's for the full regional program. For us in Washington County, that can range for about plus or minus 15 million. Up until now, we've used the center of their forecast, and we've learned now that that might be north of what we're actually going to receive. So going forward, we recommend, because these programs are so critical to be able to sustain, that we set a base budget using that conservative forecast amount and planning to sustain our necessary commitments through shelter beds and outreach workers and rent assistance capacity for those who are housed with that base budget. And then plan for one-time investments in ad packages if there are any revenue received beyond that conservative forecast.
Can I ask a question about the nomenclature? I want to get it right. You've used the phrase conservative. When I read the Metro resolution for Thursday's meeting, I noticed in scrolling through the COO recommendation again that the phraseology she has on like page 50 is revenue forecast high and revenue forecast low. I'm just looking for there to be a standard definition. So that, for example, if we choose a conservative and Clackamas County and Multnomah County choose something similar or different, that we're working from a similar vocabulary. So that's all I am asking.
In the resolution, it's under the topic you're going to talk about, Chair. I think in the resolution, conservative funding.
But conservative can be positioned as optimistic versus if they give us a range, what are the labels they want to use, right? It could say, well, so.
I think your feedback that more specific methodology in their forecast that defines those ranges would be very helpful for county partners in planning their future programmatic years. And that is an improvement we can communicate to Metro that we would like to see in their forecasting.
I'm not trying to weigh in on one word choice or another. So thank you.
You're welcome. In making these adjustments going forward, if we are to take that, I'm sorry, Chair, I don't know another word
No,
to use in this moment.
conservative is
We are to
fine.
take that conservative approach with the forecast. We anticipate that that's going to be about a $10 to $15 million reduction in our current program capacity. So that's a significant impact. We want to really underscore this. A $10 to $15 million reduction in our current programming capacity next year. And in doing so, to be able to ensure that we can create a stable funding source and commitment to our partners and our shelters and our housed participants, we would recommend that, and we are currently planning on rebalancing some of the capacity in our system. And that's one of the comments here. I'm going to show you more about what we mean by that in the next slide. But in order to be able to make those reductions, we want to make them in a thoughtful way that retains sort of the efficacy of our system. And last, for your recommendations and further consideration and feedback to staff, we are going to anticipate a gap in revenue this year from expenditures. And we're going to probably need to tap some of those contingency reserves. Ali described there's 5.75 million in those reserves currently for a local need like this one would present. Of course, we would need to refill those reserves. So anything we tap, we need to plan to rebuild. There are some other potential places to consider covering any deficit we would have between the revenue received and expenditures made this year with unassigned funds at the regional level. Ali described the regional investment fund that requires a 5% set aside that was underused in the first 2 years and does not currently have an assigned use other than for regional investments. And there might be an opportunity to ask for some regional coordination and solution making, both with the unassigned admin funds at the regional level and also the regional investment fund. So of course, anything there would require further board action, but we just wanted to illuminate that there are additional funds that are unassigned at the regional level that could support the counties as we're making this transition to a more stable and more scaled back baseline budget.
Does Metro, if we use contingency, does Metro have a policy that requires us to backfill or replace contingency within 1 year, or can it be done over time?
Excellent question. It can be done over time. There is no policy requiring this. In fact, it's an optional fund that we're grateful we have the opportunity to access.
Okay.
That's the contingency reserve. The regional investment fund, though, would be very much require regional direction.
Just one last thing. I need to put in a placeholder plug. I got really confused over the use of RIF and goal areas and future approaches at the meeting last Wednesday. So I need some timely help.
Gotcha. You're welcome. And then I'll just mention, since we're here, the stabilization reserve we cannot tap. That is at the direction of the regional finance
resource team.
There's the CFOs convene between the 4 jurisdictions and make a decision based on economic conditions when it's necessary to tap into the stabilization reserve. So that's part of our IGA. The contingency reserve, though, Washington County can make that decision.
And I just want to, would you go back to that?
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure I understand again that these are all Washington County numbers, even though it says regional implementation fund, that's our portion of the regional implementation fund.
That's correct. Okay, I'm watching time and trying to move you forward here. We're almost done, and then we'll get into discussion. Real quickly on the balanced system of care. Just speaking plainly, what this means is we need to be mindful that if we only had shelters, then those shelters would fill up and there would be no capacity to move people into housing. But alternatively, if we only fund housing, then we wouldn't have options for people where to go in the midst of an emergency. And so as we think about programmatic reductions, we want to think about them proportionately and in a measured way that allows our system to have options to meet people where they're at and move them through the system with stability as much as possible. So that is a challenge that we are going to be considering as we look to balancing our system to a lower base budget if we're going to take this more conservative approach in future fiscal years.
If I could just observe or share an observation with my colleagues, this is where particularly with the Portland City Mayor's election and the multiple, well, all their city commission races, there is this debate over shelter versus housing. And you know, do you go with a shelter only approach? There's some who believe in a shelter only approach. Others believe in a housing first approach. And I don't mean to do it a disservice, versus a balance so that we can meet people where they're at and move them over. Am I capturing that right? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. So in order to guide this work iteratively, not just today, but in an ongoing way as we take up budget planning for the next fiscal year, we've drafted some draft guiding principles that have been helpful to staff, have been considered in discussions with our advisory body, and bring them here for you to further advise us on. Of course, maintaining this priority as the measure is described around populations A and B and that 75-25 balance would be a first and foremost principle to guide our decisions as we make any programmatic reductions in future program years. Ensuring that program reductions do not increase racial disparities. It's been a guiding principle of the program, and it must continue to be a guiding principle of this work, that we are advancing racial justice through our programmatic outcomes and not further creating disparity. The balanced system, which we just discussed in the previous slide, keeping our commitments where we've made them to capital investments with our partners in the city of Beaverton and Hillsborough with capital projects underway for permanent shelters. Just Compassion has the capital project and Access Center for Shelter and Access Center in Tigard. As we make these capital investments, we want to make sure there are operational resources to continue the ongoing stable funding. A call to balance both quality and quantity. We don't want to scale back so much that there isn't the ability to provide a level of quality of services. But also we need to be mindful that the scale of our system matters because the scale of the need is great. And so balancing that person-centered care with our long-term sustainability. This is a call especially to Medicaid in this moment, but other systems where funding may be available to support this important critical work of creating housing stability in our community. We can't do it all with SHS funds. We need our state partners, our federal partners, and we're hopeful that Medicaid will be a new resource to help advance these goals in coming years. And last, as any reductions are made, to be very mindful of the impacts to both our providers and the participants they serve so that we have intentional ramp down periods of programs so that no one is sent back to the streets, that an alternative is always found in another housing or shelter program. So in closing, again, a story of hope. Here we have Rachel, who was homeless for many, many years. And now after moving out of one of our encampments that she had lived in for over 3 years, has been in her apartment, being a dog mom, getting healthy again for more than 2 years through the Supportive Housing Services Program. So it is working. Housing does change lives, and these services are truly ending homelessness every day for people in our community. So with that, we turn it over to your board for further questions about this information and your recommendations about our draft guiding principles and any further direction you'd like to provide to staff at this time.
Questions at this point? Or feedback here?
Yeah, just, and this kind of goes back to how we got here. So when we started this program early on, they expected $250 million didn't make that the first couple of years, and then exponentially went up, and now it's coming back down. Is that because there was a population of taxpayers that didn't pay until they were made aware of it, and then now they're catching up so that everybody's paid, and then that's going to settle back down again? I'm not understanding why there's such a huge fluctuation that couldn't have anticipated in revenues. They're looking further out, thinking about these issues, about explaining what should be budgeting for as an expectation.
There may be some bleed over with some of our conversation we're going to have next around sort of our future state. But I can share a little bit about with what the chair and I have heard a little bit more from their economists and their forecasting. First of all, the data that is being frankly collected by the city on behalf of Metro is really on 2021 full collections year. So the trend line, the amount of collections that they have the data for a full year and understanding the taxpayers is 3 years old. So there really is just a dearth of information around where they had to track down, like who's paying the capital gains that year, who's paid, what they're realizing is it's coming in the form of other kinds of income, not just wage income. So there's sort of embedded volatility there. Plus there's a pandemic that changed different economic factors in writ large. I mean, just the phenomenal amount of change that changed people's income and where people moved and how they moved and so forth, in and out of migration out of the county and or the region. So there's all those various sort of factors, but they don't feel like they have a fundamental understanding of the full movements of that is affecting that. And that's why they always hedge it with these margins. So that being said, I just want to just sort of make a comment. There were those initial projections of 250 was really coming. There was sort of a number of compromises that came with that. Washington County, that estimated around 75 million in year one. Fast forward, coming out of a pandemic, we know that our expense levels weren't trending to what people had anticipated in terms of revenue, what we thought were typical inflationary conditions. So if you actually escalate out from 75 million to year 4, let's just assume expenses went up by 10% each year. We'd argue maybe the first 2 years is probably close to that in terms of inflation and other expense inflations or escalations. That equates to about 100 million today. So we can have different conversations of what's the arc and what is the trend line going forward as we go through years 5 through 10 of the program. That's what their economists are looking at, is what is to be expected in terms of the right expense escalator, and then how do we match revenues to that. We're always going to face this now compression issue because generally our expenses are coming out a little bit at a higher trend line than some of our revenues. So we are going to eventually face some of those compression issues.
I don't have any questions. I had a good briefing on this, and I just don't have any questions. Thank you.
I'll go next. Great presentation. I too had a briefing with you all yesterday. My days are actually mixed up with another briefing I had, but as always, you're doing the hard work. This is challenging both emotionally, and now you add to the financial situation. So I appreciate all the work and the leadership you provide in this area. One thing I've been doing lately is sort of juxtaposing presentations or documents or memos to existing documents already. And one of the thing I reviewed was the local implementation plan and the current guiding principles that you've offered today. And I don't know if, are we giving you a thumbs up? Is that what it is? Don't match the local implementation, but I don't know, it could be just the semantics. But I'm gonna lean into your expertise to sort of curb my anxiety to say, we are still, okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's an important question. And we'll do the staff work to cross track the two, but this was meant to be draft guiding principles for staff as we consider this rebalancing of our capacity as a system. It doesn't mean that the draft principle or the not draft, the approved principles of the local implementation plan don't also apply in conjunction. These were principles drafted specifically for consideration as we're kind of right sizing our system based on these new financial realities.
Thank you. And then the other documents I sort of juxtaposed was the 2024-25, the work plan. And then one of the table you had was 69 million, and then the following year was 120 million. Is that the operation, the budgeted? You don't have to go. I don't have the exact number, but if I knew it was 120 million and it's 69, but it might be close to 70. Yes, that slide. Thank you, Jess. I know, first of all, we are using the word conservative. I feel like if we're being conservative, the second will be shorter, right? Than the other one. If we're really being conservative, you don't balloon up. That's why I'm conservative. Okay.
This is your question is kind of the heart of our
I just assumed
discussion.
you're modeling with the Metro language because I noticed that in the Metro resolution, they use conservative funding and you're saying conservative. So I thought it was sort of a matching of language with Metro, but
this is,
then I'm in alignment with the chair that we should probably figure out our own wording.
What we're showing here in this slide is that the budget expenditures from last year are helpful with indication of trends. But what's important to look at is the difference in the blue expenditures, because that is year over year operations. And as we're housing more people and hiring more case managers, those costs continue to go up. And this is why we keep leveling off with our hand gestures, is because we can't continue to grow. And in fact, our planned growth for year 4 may have been too high now that we have this new information, because we aren't going to be able to sustain that level of system operation. So the budget is helpful to look at, but when the budget includes one-time expenditures, that's not the same as the ongoing operations that we need to make sure we're being mindful that can be sustained year over year.
And plus, we were basing this on a forecast that we received almost 11 months ago.
Yeah.
We started our budget about 9 months ago. So it's just I guess this is the new reality. It's a very dynamic set of numbers and you guys are getting a lot of the information within just like 2 weeks of us getting it and digesting. So we're just sort of all in this in real time together. So that's why we will continue to have, this is just going to be an ongoing conversation we will have with you all. Are we on the right mark?
And then the final question or thought, sort of just, I have about this slide in 2024, 2025 work plan, Supportive Housing Services work plan, existing documents. There are a lot of numbers, quantifiable numbers. Is the 120 million in response corresponding to the numbers in the work plan? And if we are to reduce the 120 million, the numbers in the work plan will also have to come down. That's the reality we're operating. So not only we have to amend the current existing work plan.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. Every year when we set our budget plan, that tracks to our work plan for how many what housing capacity we can sustain and create each year. So we're not recommending a budget reduction or a program reduction, and we at this time believe we can fulfill the commitments made in the work plan for this current year. But when we have to reassess with the new updated forecast, and if any other significant changes are needed this year, we may need to reduce the work plan goals. And certainly looking forward to next year, as we plan next year's budget differently, we will set goals that are commensurate with those investment levels.
And one final one, I promise. Yes, well, I get the reductions in pending reductions, I'll say. But before push comes to shove, whatever, before we make those hard decisions, could we tap into any of the buckets that you laid out that have quite significant numbers there? Could we tap into any of that? And which one? I think I was really tracking you, Ally, and every time you present, last time I think, is it the contingency that we're not allowed by the AGA?
Stabilization reserves.
Touch. Okay. Okay.
So the contingency reserves, we can and will likely need to tap for any deficit. Right now, the projected deficit is about 8 million, which is greater than our contingency reserves. So we're doing these cost saving measures to reduce that deficit as much as possible. And then after those contingency reserves are used, then we would be looking to assigned but uncommitted one-time investments that remain to be able to continue to cover any remaining gap. We're at the very beginning of this fiscal year. There's a lot of more information to come that will help us answer those questions more exactly as we get through the year.
And one thing I want to celebrate you all, during my briefing, I noticed that even though the forecast was 6 million, your spending in the budgeted, there was actually money you saved. So you were judicious, practices. About 8 million, I think, was it? I think if you go back one more.
It was the 96.
Nice.
Was the one.
Yeah, one more. That one right there.
So the difference here, Commissioner, thank you for the compliment, but let me clarify.
Because I was celebrating you all.
So again, the forecast is
not.
always a forecast. It's not actual revenues received. So last year when Metro increased their projected forecast for us from 70 million to 109 million, we did not adjust our budget all the way to the full amount. We adjusted our budget to 96 million. Always knowing that we would have some carryover from collections above 96 million. What happened though is the collections were less than the forecasted amount, so there was less carryover than expected in last fiscal year.
Wait, so the forecast is the blue.
Yeah.
What you received is the other side. And budgeted and spent it. There is a saving involved in there, no?
But it was never actually received.
You never received, okay. So this is.
We had to do a budget adjustment based on what we
You're good at
would
what you
spend. We adjusted the budget to the expenditure rates.
Oh.
So we lucked out.
I still celebrate you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so, like my colleagues, I want to recognize the phenomenal work that has gone on. Defining a system, year 0, then through the first 3 years and now onward into year 4. You're doing phenomenally hard work and you're doing it exceptionally well. Okay. And revenue uncertainty is hard, but we're talking about a plus or minus, right? And trying to figure out where there is revenue stability to keep things going predictably. So folks don't feel like they're on a roller coaster. We don't want folks feeling like they're on a roller coaster. The work you do is hard enough as it is. Okay. we're all figuring it out together because it's an instrument that is so new. And it's multiple programs that are new. But for us, we don't have preschool for all, right? We have just SHS using this income tax tool. So at this stage, in supporting the current draft, I am in support of the current draft, but I wanted to stay draft. I don't want people thinking we're giving direction to take this to final. I think that there's more for us all to learn, including what level of clarity can we get with regard to the RIF and the potential use of that, because we're not the only county that's faced with the adjusted collection, right? So I appreciate all of the notes comparison that you do with your colleagues. With regard to the forecast, I'll just come back to optimistic and conservative just sound like adjectives as opposed to estimated revenue low and estimated revenue high, and there's range in there. And then we need your help to figure out, okay, for any adjusted budget, where within that range do we land? I really do appreciate how with the November 23 forecast that you chose a level that is turned out to have our budget covered. That's incredible work. After just 3 years of building a big system, wow. I really appreciate the question that Commissioner Willie raised around what should we be budgeting for, status quo? That's a really powerful question. And I'm not sure what status quo is, right? Because the measure was put together based on the best information we had at the time, which was before a pandemic, okay? And so the need has been greater than certainly I was planning for in the latter part of 19 and advocating for at Metro in January and February of 2020. So I don't know, you've done a really good job in prior presentations of helping us understand how many individuals have we served with different types of approaches. And I just find myself wondering if, or longing, and I don't know that it's reasonable for me to want an answer, but I'm longing to know if the system that we have built is that meeting a need that is greater than the level that we originally thought when we developed the local implementation. It's just a grounding point because I'm very proud of how you have all scaled the system to meet the experience of people in our community. I always remember these are people and people's lives. So the question of what should we be budgeting for is a really good one. And when we segue to the next topic, I have a few things to say with regard to the direction that I feel like Metro gave us during the Metro Regional Stakeholder Advisory Table and subsequent. which to me is a different conversation than looking at making sure we have a sustainable system and balancing the needs and making adjustments, a budget adjustment for year 4 using a new set of guiding principles. Yes, ma'am.
So I originally was answering your, do we have any questions? And I didn't have any questions. I do want to say,
Can we go back to slide 20?
and I do want to say that I do support the draft guiding principles, but I think that it would be helpful if we defined what those draft guiding principles were about, instead of having the confusion that Commissioner Pai brought up about how does that relate to this and that and the other thing. So that's
That
would
year
be my-
4 budget
yeah, that's
balancing.
yeah, that's what I would recommend, that have a little clarity there. But as I've looked at those guiding principles, I am in support of those principles. And I think we're on, you know, we're on the best track we can be on while watching all of the different things that are coming at us and circling around us. So that's good work.
I'll just summarize it quickly. So my understanding is that you have expected principles, you're gonna overlay that with the recommendations, with the budget planning, the planning for a construction forecast, establish a base budget, so you're gonna overlay expected principles on that. You're gonna go back to the things. And, hey, we don't work $8 million upside down. We're gonna use $5.7 million. I'd like to consider it's not easy. All that. If there are areas that you can reduce the help, knowing that going forward, we're going to have to do what you're going to have to do. Don't start the program sooner than later. We don't put up. Our next projection is November, did I say that? Okay. So that's all I have. I think everything else I'm thinking is going to come out next year. So, but thank you for the information you've done.
Thank you. So we're going to segue now into topic 6, specific to SHS reform update. And towards this effort, we have 2 different handouts.
Need another vitamin.
We need it. Yeah, Kevin. Oh, water. Can I have one? Yep. Thank you. Okay, yes, thank you, Molly, and thank you, Aaron. So what we have in terms of handouts, Kevin's making sure you have them. Oh, you need power. Okay, so we have 2 things. One is not the finance November 2023 forecast, but instead a version that went to the SHS Oversight Committee. And this was for the December 4th, 2023 SHS Oversight Committee meeting, where the Metro economist, Josh Harwood, did a really excellent job of presenting to the committee what new information they had. The reason that I wanted to bring this to you is because of page 2. We hear terms about the original or the 250 million base budget. So on page 2, there's a graph, SHS revenue forecast. And they had this blue line that had a 4% growth. Then they had this November 2023 forecast memo, and that's the red line. Okay? So our staff came through and we adjusted the budget based upon Metro saying there was going to be some additional collection and all that we just talked about. On the next page, when we talked about the Metro Regional Stakeholder Advisory Table meetings earlier in the spring, this was a graph that they used a lot. Where the carryover, they made it sound like that could be captured for affordable housing when we on this board know in working with our staff that that unanticipated revenue was being used to build out the permanent capital needs. 2 permanent shelters that we've committed to in Hillsborough and Beaverton, and 2 access centers, the Project Homeless Connect in Hillsborough and Just Compassion in Tigard. I got that right, 2 and 2. Did I forget one?
Well, the eventual plan is 2 more access centers.
Yes.
and other-
Yeah. Those are the ones that are committed.
Versus assigned.
Exactly. Yes, yes.
Perfect use of the word.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I just wanted to remind us all of this, about this. And it's just dawned on me recently, despite our best efforts, particularly going back to April, 3 counties did incredible work to try and demonstrate progress to date, but also where we're at. Nonetheless, the Metro Council is continuing to pursue discussions that I labeled SHS Reform for short. And they keep talking about this 250 base. So we are going to have to define some additional nomenclature, I think, because there's what our team has built out and is operating to, right? We have an adopted year 4 work plan and a year 4 budget. And there will be a new forecast and we'll go through adjustments there. But Metro's thinking, if I use this hand to represent the year 4 budget, Metro's talking about a 250 base budget, which is different than what Metro has approved with our year 4 work plan and what we have fully supported our team to do. So it's just very important that whenever we talk about the 250 base, that you remember that blue line, which is different than what the Tri-County region is operating to. And I'll just put it out there that we may be in a situation. So the Metro Council has a resolution. It's a direction resolution. Okay. They're looking to adopt a resolution. The council is looking to adopt a resolution on Thursday to give their staff direction to go and develop some additional work product to bring back to them. Okay. Direction. Just remember, direction resolution, not full action decision, direction to come back. But they keep referencing a 250 million base. So I think it puts us in a position where we need to ask our staff, what on earth does a $250 million base now? Given that we're in FY 24, 25, it would be 92.5 Metro terms.
What would that look like? And as I say this, it is not a happy picture. I know that already. And it impacts people's lives. If there were to be adjustments that way. This is merely a thought exercise. Okay. But I think we need to, in future point in time, perhaps as early as later this year, need to be able to speak to what that scenario looks like. Okay. So to the resolution. The Metro Council has been discussing multiple things. They've been discussing adjustments to the current program. They've been thinking about changing the style of managing the program towards creating a new regional housing advisory committee that they call HPAC. And they're also looking at, the council seems committed to the notion that if they don't propose a ballot measure with some tax changes, that the Portland Metro Chamber will propose something to the Tri-County voters. And so the Metro Council has chosen to continue to advance a possible ballot measure that is or is not negotiated with the Portland Metro Chamber. So that is a quick summary of where we're at. I had a meeting with Metro Council President Peterson and the Tri-County chairs last night with regard to this published resolution for their direction action on Thursday. We've been asked if we have any feedback. Feedback along the lines of, is there anything here that we would like to consider changed before they take direction action, which is a different question than do we agree or disagree? Do we support or not support? That is not the question. Okay. I verified last night that we don't have any federal funding that Washington County receives from the feds related to, for example, HUD. This doesn't affect that. Okay. So I have clarity on that. Then there was one sentence, if you look on page 3. The 7th whereas down. And I realize whereases are not action, okay? But they tell a story. It talks about an integrated regional program to address homelessness and affordable housing is best equipped with multiple parties to collaborate on solutions, level the playing field between needs and jurisdictions. I pointed out that that's setting up competition or an opposition set up between needs and local government or otherwise, and that could be better well put. So she saw that and said, I agree. And so she's taken that request under advisement. Well, that's the reason why I think it could be better put. I mean, Commissioner Treese and I, based upon her body language, she did in a similar way that I did. So
You like lots of money goes, I mean, we get the dredges.
that could be interpreted that way as well. That could be
And if it's
interpreted.
successful.
So what are they really trying to get at? Okay,
Sets up a fight.
yep, yep. So, I do want to make sure this is not our last opportunity to weigh in on the contents. But if we want to provide feedback prior to their taking action on this direction resolution, the latest we can deliver that is Thursday during their meeting, right? So today is the last day we meet until after that. So we can certainly come back to this in future meetings. We have a meeting October 22nd. We have a meeting November 5th. We have a roundtable in early November. So we can certainly provide additional feedback. I'll just say I'm not real nuts about having another committee. But that's different feedback than what they're saying they would like to give direction to their staff.
Can I just ask a question here?
You're not done. Oh, no. Metro Council President Peterson is also willing to come and meet with us and review this, but it can't happen until the week of October 20th. And we're booked on the 29th. So it would have to happen either the morning of our roundtable or following. So I just wanted to make sure I got that out. Go ahead, Commissioner Treese, you had a question.
Well, I was just looking at the, I think that was 7th, 8th, 9th, whereas, and talks about the public and partner input reflected in the COO recommendation and in the months since it's released. That's this document, correct? And I'm thinking about where the recommendations input came from. And I think it came from the regional stakeholder table. Is that
in the packet for the resolution? After that document, they, in addition to the stakeholder advisory table, they also contracted with Coalition of Communities of Color to have an equity panel. And then they met with all kinds of parties.
the reason I'm asking the question is I know that the Tri-County chairs have been meeting along this way, and I wonder where that input is reflected in any of these whereas statements.
The release of this on Monday is the first time we've seen this resolution and these whereas statements. So we're moving really fast. So I've not had the opportunity to review this with our staff individually. So this is all real time. Okay, totally real time. And that's why I want to distinguish between a request for clarity kind of feedback versus here is our opinion of the direction you're giving your staff, right? Do we support, do we not? That's kind of for later.
Staff, would you like to say anything?
Well, I didn't read the whereases as much as I read the rest of it. It's where I've concentrated my time as I've been sitting in this room today. I would, to your point, Commissioner Treason, I believe it was a reflection of the conversations you've had, Chair Harrington. The fourth whereas on page 3 states the Metro Council has continued engagement with county leadership and key stakeholders since receiving the COO recommendation and has heard continuing calls for reforms, et cetera, et cetera. I believe that conflates two very different outcomes and conversations, and that might be a place where, so on page 3, it's the fourth whereas. Sorry.
Thank you.
I believe if I were to represent how I think the conversations with the tri-chairs have occurred versus with the remaining of the stakeholders, it would be a different set of conversations. And that is a whereas that perhaps needs changing. Is my first thought for today of recommendations of staff to you to take to the Metro Council President.
So are you saying that the county leadership did not?
We did
call
not.
for continuing reform? That's what, isn't that the point there?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make.
It conflates the conversations with the county leadership with the conversations they are having with other key stakeholders, as though it was one thing that was said and each party comes in with a different set of key concerns.
Not a comma.
And I think that in the conversations, as I am aware of them and that we have had as staff, the engagement with county leadership has really focused on being able to continue to provide the level of service to keep people in housing cannot be harmed. And that is an important whereas that I'm again not seeing reflected as completely as it needs to be.
Thank you. Very good observation. So, yep. At a minimum, I think that we should draft a letter that says that qualifies that we've merely had the opportunity to read this, not a comprehensive review. Understand that they plan to approve resolution towards direction to Metro staff, direction from Metro Council to Metro staff. And note page 3, whereas, fourth whereas, 2 different sets. And also that Tri-County Chair do no harm. We delivered that in, I believe, that April presentation.
A couple other points I would like to elevate or things that pop out at me. One, there doesn't seem to be recognition that rent assistance has been our most effective strategy to move people into permanent housing. They use the word affordable housing as the term for us to be compared with dedicated supportive services. And affordable housing tends to have the connotation of the use of bonds for acquiring or building more affordable housing, and is completely negating the use of private sector landlords that have been the vast majority, frankly, of our housing placements.
The rent assistance as a tool for housing stability.
Yes, as a way to also serve in that affordable housing, under that affordable housing rubric. And so that's, they set it up as a, they're setting it up throughout as either affordable housing or supportive services. And they're missing this huge intervention of the RLA program here. Because the one word that pops out to me is on page 2, paragraph 4. whereas addressing homelessness requires both dedicated supportive services and ample affordable housing for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Well, this isn't set up to provide ample affordable housing if we're having to first direct our resources towards population A through the strategies that have been most effective. So that's just
reality.
It's an ample makes it is indicating the need for a serious dedication of allocation more towards affordable housing.
Is there a place here, and I haven't read it, reality, but I did just read the be it resolved establishes the following principles. I don't see anything here that talks about a reduction in the tax.
It's the next one.
That's the next section.
If there is a specific inclusion in.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Um,
Thank you.
Yes, ample also conflicts with reduction.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that we're also having land use and transportation department look at this as well, because there is land use components. There's discussion around the housing needs analysis, housing production strategies, the allocation from the state, and how to hold us all to account within that, which is a continuation of a step in a direction that I think is swallowing all of the different roles. So
I'm not trying to interrupt your train of thought, but I do want to distinguish between a quick response of quick feedback from having a reasonable amount of time for a comprehensive review.
Yeah.
Prior to their taking decision action. Okay. So,
yeah, no, I hear that. The comment comes back to, I think this conversation we were just having, that there is a juxtaposition of being able to do way more things, provide money to way more parties, and reduce the tax rate and therefore the collections. So we're, there is no discussion in the whereases or within the body of how they are directing staff to consider the impacts of reduced resources spread over more purposes and more providers within this document.
Where is it outlined in the principles? That's principles should have included.
that is reasonable. Point out in your first juxtaposition, do more things with more purposes and more parties while reducing funding is or revenue is a story we've been trying to deliver.
And I think when you're talking about referencing back to the April presentation that the counties provided and the conversations the tri-chairs have had, among other county conversations with Metro, that is a key point that seems to be missing.
See, this is our early feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because we have to figure out how to put together a letter that makes sense and deliver that before their Thursday morning meeting, maybe? I don't even remember what time. So, yeah. On 2F, a conservative funding allocation approach to budgeting revenues. I have no idea what that means.
I would say that would be the prerogative of the counties to figure out how they're approaching their budget. I'm not sure how they could create a formal program for us to do that. That seems more like a recommendation to the counties to essentially have the conversation we just had with you all. Just have it go.
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Yes, correct. So reduce revenue volatility on programs.
that was one of the least clear directions to staff. Like, I don't know how to frame it other than that in a letter to the council of how to fix it. If I get 12 more hours, I might understand what they're.
I think the good news, I don't know. The number one says Metro Council directs staff to prepare, so.
And I think
that's the silver lining. So I guess we wait and see.
Not without comment.
Oh, no, the picture is writing down early feedback.
Yeah, this is early feedback. What I'm also wondering, this is just whiteboard, what I'm wondering is, what we want to commit to for more comprehensive feedback. And giving them a time frame for that. We meet on 5th and then we meet on the 12th. Honor before November 13th. Is pull it out of the air. So I'm sorry, Commissioner Willie, I just need to close my thought on that.
No, I'm just reading rather than listening. So we go to 3B. And I read 3B to.
E or D? D. Okay.
The Housing and Homelessness Policy Advisory Committee will approve, submit to Metro Council for adoption, policies, plans, and programmatic allocation to meet responsibilities. So basically, we have no control over what it is we're to do. Somebody's going to tell us how to do this. Is that what I read there? I mean, I've been reading some of the stuff before this, so before this, they put this into a document, but it seemed to me like this new Housing and Homeless Policy Advisory Committee is going to be in control of the program, overseeing all 3 counties. And we submit to them what we want to do, and they, plus Metro Council approves it, sends it back. That's a considerable change to the existing program.
I will share this. Oversight and governance continues to be an area of disagreement. And you're correct in reading that Metro Council is recommending that oversight and governance change, and that the oversight is done by this Regional Housing and Homelessness Action Advisory Committee that has this Section C purpose.
Of which we have 1 seat.
There's nothing documented would be allocated to that part. They're asking staff to make that recommendation back.
Yeah, but there is a platform for it because I read it from before and some other document that outlined what exactly this committee was going to look like. And it was going to be 1 elected from Washington County and electeds from mayor from cities. And mostly everything else was from communities of color, there's a variety of other organizations of which all primarily reside in Portland.
So you're correct that the people, the elected officials who are held accountable and who work with the staff on the work plans would be quite outnumbered. Yes. Yep. But what we have seen are just early drafts of what that HPAC would look like, and this resolution directs staff to say, here's a purpose and here are characteristics, bring us a proposal for creating such a committee. Doesn't create it yet.
Staff is generating the proposal, or is
Once they adopt this resolution, they will have direction
from the council to go and put together that committee proposal. Which also part of the responsibility of that committee gets towards the purposes that Aaron was highlighting in review with LUT. Yep.
And a very small and technical problem that they have, they self-reference their own section in 3C. It should be 3D, but I don't know that we need to clean all their work. I got very confused.
Yes, yes. And they did remove, saw an earlier draft of this, and they did remove this committee per Metro Council decision, having control over federal funds that we already have by virtue of our role as counties and housing authorities. So it would be advantageous to test, does a housing authority still do its work under its domain, or does this resolution contemplate
The
power change there?
the phrasing that is used here is in to coordinate with, or something very close to that, and leverage other resources, as opposed to saying that they will direct how any other entity that receives other sources of funding would do their work. I think that is a step towards pragmatic realism. The other change from other iterations that I've seen is it walks away from so much of the land use components related to all housing types and focuses itself on land use as it relates to affordable housing allocations.
Well, and more than that, I would say it also talks about the local housing production targets mandated by the state of Oregon. So they've actually expanded way beyond affordable housing targets, but the full unmet need analysis of
Yes.
20-year time horizon of housing production in each county. So we're having to essentially, when I read through, and then you combine that with.
Wait, you're looking at page 6, item C6. And doesn't that relate to the Oregon, the housing needs analysis and the strategy?
Yes.
Yes, we're all in agreement there.
Yes. And so that is, that I'm just saying that's it's expanding beyond affordable housing targets.
Correct.
And you look at then D, section D there. Under the Regional Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, must reflect the full regional context of inputs, as well as available funding and programs already at work in the region. So that is essentially, we have a mega plan of all the plans from our comprehensive plan that we do as part of the Office of Community Development, the housing production work that we just talked about, in addition to all the, they talk about then, all the work that we did with the Metro Bond. Well, Metro Bond is pretty much over. So this is the expansive mission of all that would, I'm assuming this would include all the state money we receive, and having all the various plans and work plans and goals and outcomes under one umbrella. That's how I read this.
Yeah, it's a coordination and corporation. Those terms are unclear as far as how much authority they're trying to amend, change, or influence things that are outside of their scope of work.
So I wrote down the word, it's an overreach with an expansive mission to encompass all of the federal and state programs that counties and housing authorities must define, plan, and meet per federal and state requirements. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, my mind goes to, they want to get the data sets for all the reports we do to HUD. Is that, how to fire, does that incorporate all the various goals that we establish for all the sort of funders? So
Council President Peterson I've had the pleasure of hearing her say multiple times that she's just trying to set the stage for the region to have conversation as opposed to control. But there are many times where, so one of the thought exercises that I did yesterday was I decided to spend 1 hour to try to understand what the housing authority budgets were for each of the 3 counties. It was not hard to do. I found the budget for all 3. I found how much they get from HUD for all 3. And I knew it did not include the CDBG, the home, and the emergency, whatever fund, relief funds related to CDBG, but with an E, an emergency. I just don't have that term right. And that was an hour. And I'm not a policy research person like all these Metro staffers are. So, so I think there's a difference between having conversations about needs in the region and the way this is.
Are we looking at this work in relationship, and I just put up the Metro Charter to kind of contrast what they say they do versus what this whereas statement, and it doesn't seem like it's a very good match. I mean, they talk about regional planning and policy making, but then the 4 bullets are operation of a solid waste disposal system, regional venues, acquisition and management of system of parks and natural areas, and development and delivery of regional research and data. So I'm just raising the question, are we looking at, what is their charter in relationship to what this direction is?
So somewhere in their charter and their Metro code, the Metro Council does have the means to define a topic of regional concern. So with regard to housing, this is where the responsibility changed from planning for housing, working with local jurisdictions, housing capacity to meet Oregon state requirements for the forecast and the 20-year UGB for future population growth, job and housing capacity. Prior to the 2018 Affordable Housing Bond Measure, that was their domain. And they had programs working with local jurisdictions for centers and corridors because the voters have approved multiple measures that restricted, to this day until like 2030, restricts their control over capacity, required housing capacity to centers and corridors. And then the state legislature passed both the middle housing, okay, which caused all the jurisdictions to allow certain types of middle housing within the UGB, middle housing wherever a single SFU, single family unit can be built. And there was a companion bill that deals with this housing needs analysis, and I never remember the gobbledygook bill, but there is additional responsibility now for housing needs analysis, and the counties and the cities are required, counties for UUAs, cities for cities, to develop
production strategies, housing production strategies that meets, why am I saying this?
You're doing great.
Thank you. You taught me well. Meet the state outline housing needs analysis that for our metro region comes from Metro.
So there's the Metro housing needs analysis that is done by Metro, that then gets turned over to the state, and then the state will then take that region-wide and say, Washington County, in your urban unincorporated area, you have the following targets. And that's where a lot of these conversations around mandated supply, creating that supply, that mandated housing production becomes it's the state directing us. It is not Metro, but this, I would say, says Metro has ways of enforcement, which is specifically not called for in the statute. That was set up in House Bill 4003 in the same year that the middle housing came through, and then every reformation that's happened that pulled counties in. So, I mean, to the purposes of longer feedback, I think that is where we can dig into a lot of those technical issues around scoping of authority as outlined in state statute, pursuant to their charter, pursuant to their codes, and get into a lot more of these details that we are trying to do. We are trying to not just walk and chew gum, but run and fly a plane at the same time as we do this analysis. But I think if we're trying to do initial feedback, there's a lot of things that aren't clear that go to how to do more with less, where they're talking about coordination and integration versus trying to add to their authority of what they are allowed to oversee in this region. And then just some language that leaves us asking, what is the point that I think each of you have pointed to a different whereas or a different sub bullet that we could, I think the chair's been taking notes on, and I've been trying to as well.
So what I'm hoping, yes, but can I just get this out? What I'm hoping is that we will just through this discussion today can capture ideas for feedback. But I was hoping for a framework, timeline framework by which we provide some initial feedback and say, look, this deserves a comprehensive review and gives them a commitment by which we will deliver that and go from there.
The other question is really for me, and it's about the fact that we're home rule. It relates to this, I know, to the state, the legislature. Does that come into play here at all?
No, Commissioner Treese. At basic level, home rule means we have all the powers that aren't reserved to the state. In this case, county has codes and and Metro has their own codes.
But by invoking the state's housing mandates under Metro, does that put us into a different situation? I'm just, and we don't have to answer it now. I'm just asking the question. It's just in my mind. We don't have to answer now. We need to get to your point about what does the project look like in terms of timelines, but I'm just thinking about.
So commissioners, are you comfortable? We've noted several things already just for early feedback and noted some additional areas for subsequent feedback. Are you comfortable with our moving forward with just early feedback on this document that is just that?
Well, I guess here's my thoughts on this. It's probably too late, by the way. I'll segue just a second. We're looking at the Metro Charter. I looked at this. It was amazing. Basically, the charter said that you can do anything Metro wants to do. And when Metro puts in here that Whereas it says Metro has continued engagement with county leadership and key stakeholders since receiving the COO recommendations for continuing calls for reforms to make regional affordable housing and services funding and investments more accountable, blah, blah, blah. They're saying this justifies our being. This is where we're going because we've had the conversation with everyone and they agree. So again, from the very get-go, from the COO's recommendation, there was about 3 or 4 major areas that to me cause concern. One is the change of the governing body. If they want to reduce the tax or whatever the case is, okay, that's fine. I get that. We'll adjust. They can't reduce the tax and then add an additional affordable housing concept to it because there's not enough money now to go around. So somebody's going to get hurt. And the overall removal of our authority to do our own program. And so from my standpoint, that would be if I was to stand before them and make the pitch, I'm saying you're throwing the baby out with bathwater. And it's because you realize that there's a significant amount of money and program capabilities that you missed the train when you initially did the first IGA, and now you want to do over. Mulligan, if you want to use that called terms. That's exactly where I think they are. Are we going to be able to stop this? No. So what are we going to salvage? I don't know. Looking at this document, I don't know. But I can tell you, we can say this is just a work program for the staff to go ahead. The final document's going to come back. It's going to look just like this. That's my thought. Because they crafted this. The staff crafted this. So they're going to go, okay, thank you very much. You've given us permission. So anyway, that's just me. So write whatever letter you want to, whatever it does.
Oh, I share your skepticism. Absolutely. I think the Metro Council trend is they are going to move ahead in creating this HPAC. They are going to move to the ballot with a tax cut. And to use your words, somebody is going to get hurt. Yep. And, I can't imagine myself voting to support that measure. I can imagine myself saying publicly, I'm not supporting that. And I can also imagine myself as one person saying, I don't support your December or decision to create this HPAC thing with all that is included here. Metro Council President Hughes once in a work session about saying something to the legislature, I said, they're going to do what they're going to do. He said, but sometimes it's important to keep pointing things out to them. And that's why I think it's important that we go on the record each and every time, right up until the last votes are counted and say,
I agree. We can't just step out and say, that's what we can do. Because then,
yep.
So, yeah. I agree.
The final thought that Commissioner Willie's comments sparked is that they reference that there is a potential need for a ballot measure reform. They do not acknowledge that there are intergovernmental agreements that are also in this. I feel that your board has been fairly consistent in reminding them that that is what partnership is based on in this, and that they do not acknowledge that if these changes are moved forward, that there also has to be time and capacity for an IGA.
The other thought that sparked in my head is just the amount of, just be clear, the amount of work this represents for everyone in the county and not just for housing services. but land use and transportation, your board, government relations, council, and very, Office of Community Development. It's every piece of us that touches a housing program that we have to then organize ourselves and then now organize regionally. They do seem to conflate their role in a duplicative manner. Around how you identify additional state and federal resources. That's why we have the work we have here at the county. And it's actually what our developers do. They're supporting all those finance goals. We need clarity in that, and we need, for the record, I think they need to know that this is, it would be substantial.
So I think we need to cite that in the early feedback letter and come back to it more expansively in the later one.
Yeah.
So I apologize in advance for asking, where's Grace, for help. By the end of Wednesday, very early Thursday morning, so that we can get this sent off to Metro in advance of their meeting. In addition, I'll take a look at what my calendar looks like during their meeting time and paraphrase our early feedback letter so that it's on the record in the testimony. And additionally, work with staff to come back with a recommendation for longer feedback in the coming weeks.
There is time in the rolling agenda for next week for that, but it is going to be hard pressed on staff to meet
Yes.
that.
It,
But we've got time scheduled to come back to.
I think it is unreasonable for us to ask staff to move forward, continuing to deliver services. And this is across departments with all the work you're doing. And come back to us by October 22nd for a full-throated or a longer review. It's just, to me, is not reasonable. That's why we have to look at November.
Okay. We'll work with Clerk Moss and all the important
and-
parties.
Yes, exactly.
That.
Yes.
Are they targeting a time frame for ballot measure?
Yes, May. Yeah.
See how.
They want to refer this by December 15th. Today's October 5th.
Well, I knew that previously. I just looked at this.
I understand the incredulity that we individually may or may not feel. We did say earlier this spring that we didn't have the bandwidth for this as a county. All three counties said that, and yet our partner has continued to move forward with this. So we are doing the best we can. So. But I do very much want to recognize the stress that our staff is under and our partners in delivering our SHS programs and what this Metro action contemplates, that original baseline forecast, which is, to me, is very much backtracking the program. And it's not us doing this. It's not Washington County staff. It is not the Washington County Board of Commissioners. Thank you very much for a very long, well-considered day. I really appreciate it. Thank you, staff, for exploring this sixth topic of the day, as it is all very much in real time. You. Have a good night, everybody.